Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Today is very first day in our Azure DevOps series. Guys, make sure at least you should have one cloud knowledge, either if it is AWS or if it is GCP or if it is Azure. Anything is fine, but you should have one cloud knowledge. I have already did a 15 hours of AWS video. If you're interested, you can go watch it and then come back here. Don't do not make sure that you're not jumping onto this Azure DevOps series without having any prior cloud knowledge. Understand? See, I'll just try to keep everything in a real time way because we do have a lot of definitions on continuous integration, delivery, and then deployment. But I'll tell you what exactly is going to happen in the real time environment. Okay, there is something called CI means continuous integration, guys. All right, and there is something called continuous delivery, and there is something called continuous deployment. So let's try to understand what exactly is this integration actually. See, integration means, for example, as I said before in the Maven session, once after the developer done writing his code, it doesn't mean that we are going to send this code as live. No, because developers might gonna write duplicate lines, or developers might gonna ignore the bugs, or developers might gonna push the sensitive information, right? All these things will be tested. But how? In the second stage, we are going to have a stage called scan. What type of tools we are going to use under this scan? There is something called, one of the famous tool, which is SonarQube. This SonarQube is mainly responsible to test the code on what levels? Code smells, or code bugs, or code vulnerabilities. So all these will be tested in the scanning stage, right? This is marked as second stage and this is first stage. So once the second stage has been done, everything is good to go, then there is another stage called build, guys. In build, we are going to use Maven here, and then we are going to generate the artifacts. Understand? If you do not know what is artifact means, yesterday I did one Maven video, Maven and then JFrog. Please watch that video, then you will understand. This is war file, or might be jar file, or might be ear file. All these were called as artifacts itself only. Once these artifacts have been generated in Maven under root location, there is one folder name called .m2. Just try to remember this folder name. This is something called target folder, guys. Right? See, once this scanning is done and then build was done, there is one fourth stage which is embed. If you do not know this term embed, ignore for now, no worries. What we are going to do, we are going to use Docker here. Why we are using Docker here? When writing the Docker file, or when containerizing our application, using this m.2 folder, I told you, right, in this target folder we'll be having one artifacts. So we are going to embed these artifacts in our Docker file. Got it? All these stages were called as continuous integration. In interview, they will be simply asking you to test whether you do have the real-time experience or not, just by asking what were your integration stages. They don't even mention continuous deployment or continuous delivery or Jenkins some XYZ. No, they can straight away ask you what were your integration stages. Then you should tell, once after the developer has pushed the code to our SCM, then we do have a stage called scan. In scan, we are going to use a tool called SonarQube. We will make sure that all our code doesn't contains any kind of bugs or vulnerabilities or any code smells accordingly the rules which we are passing on the SonarQube. And once that stage is done, then we do have another stage which is build. Here we are going to use a tool called Maven. It's going to build the entire application and generate artifacts. So the final step was embedding. We are going to use Docker and write Docker files just to make sure that we are embedding our artifacts in this Docker file. All right, this is continuous integration. Right, I hope you understand. Here I will tell you something. In my previous experience, we do have one team called release team, guys. We do have a team called release team. So what exactly this release team is going to do is, once the code has been merged, okay, I showed you already in the git session how to merge the code. Once the code has been merged, their job is to create that code as a semantic version. What exactly is this semantic version means? There is an another naming also for this semantic version, which is stable version. Got it? But how does they conclude that this is a stable version? For example, there is a code called version called 23.0.0, and this will straight away go to the production because this is a stable version or this is a semantic version. Straight away, this version, whatever is there, it will go to the production. But my question is, before making it stable version, like how can someone conclude that this is stable version? There is something called release cut again. There is something called release cut here. What this release cut means is, for example, once this scanning, building, and then testing, everything is going on, developer might gonna come back and he might gonna do some changes to the code, and they will be naming the version as 23.0.0 rc1, 23.0.0 rc2, or 23.0.0 rc3. All these were called as release cut versions, guys. So for this release cut versions also, we are going to do the testings. Once the testing is done, then it will go to the stable version. Then it is said that it is a stable version. Got it? And once this stays, or once this part is also done, we will release it to the customer environment. Once it is deployed to the customer environment, customer might gonna come back that there are some bugs, so this will go to the hotfix. Understand? All this work comes under continuous integration itself only. Got it? I hope you understand. Again, I'm saying, in interview they might not gonna mention everything. They will simply ask you what were your integration stages. That's all. All right, I'll just clear the screen. Next, let's try to understand what exactly is this continuous delivery, not deployment, continuous delivery. See, delivery means you are delivering it to the lower environment. Before stages, what were there in continuous integration? I will write here for your understanding. First stage is development stage, or you can also mention this as Git stage, and the second stage is scanning. And what was the third stage here? Building. And what was the fourth stage? Rollout or embed. Okay, these were the stages. Once this entire CS says CI continuous integration stage has been passed, then the job will be moved to the continuous delivery. Lower environments means, for example, development environment or staging environment, or let's say any pre-prod environment. All these will comes under lower environment itself only, guys. And the next stage we do have, which is continuous deployment. See, not every organization is not going to follow these strategies, because I have seen many of them were following continuous integration and then continuous delivery. That's all. Deployment stage will be separate. They will be not merging all these three stages in a single file. No. But some organizations do follow that all these three stages will be in the single file itself only. Deployment means what? Deploying in the production environment. This is something called, in technical terms, higher environment. Understand? So here we'll be having some multi-branching strategies. For example, main or master. main or master. We are not going to do any kind of changes here because the head commit whatever is there on the master is always tips to the production, or always tips to the live environment. So we are not going to do any changes here. Instead there will be one separate branch here. For example, I'll mention this as development branch. On top of it we are going to create one branch, and here we are going to do all the modifications, guys. So once it is good to go, then I'm going to raise a PR or MR to the development branch. If it is merged, then what will happen? Immediately we also do have separate environments like testing environment or QA environment. They will also merge the code whatever you have the changes. In some projects they will also mention functional testing or functional stage. This functional stage or functional testing means actually there will be one Excel sheet, guys. In Excel sheet, what exactly it contains is there will be some series of tests, like what it can be tested like manually or automatically. So all these test results will be documented here in this functional testing. Understand? So in order to proceed with the CI/CD process, what were the different tools available in the market? The very first and famous one is Azure DevOps. All right, and the second one is Jenkins. We will also discuss this once after the Azure DevOps and Jenkins session has been completed. And the third one is GitLab, and the fourth one is GitHub Actions, and the fifth one we do have Go CD, and the sixth one we do have Travis CI, and the seventh one we do have Circle CI. Got it? As part of DevOps, we will continue with the Azure DevOps and then Jenkins. Got it? If you are aware of this Azure DevOps and then Jenkins, trust me, you can handle any of these tools like GitLab, GitHub Actions, Go CD, Travis CI, or Circle CI. Even in the interview, if they're saying you have experience on Jenkins and Azure DevOps, but here we are using some Travel CI or Circle CI, tell them given a sprint time I can definitely overcome with those tools because I do have knowledge on these two tools. This entire flow and everything was same, guys, but the tools names was different, the functionality was quite same. So you can tell them that, no worries. Understand? So as part of today's task, we are only going to configure our agents. This is very important. We can create self-hosted agents, and also we can ask for the Microsoft managed agents. But when I asked Microsoft for the managed agents, it was quite high. The budget is exceeding what I do have. So I have prepared to use self-hosted agents itself only. Self-hosted agent is nothing but in Azure, we are going to create one virtual machine, guys. And then we are going to install all the necessary tools, whatever is there. And then we will convert this into an agent. That's all. Okay, all these configuration things will be done today. Today's session is quite important, don't ignore. If you are ignoring this session, whole DevOps you will not understand, because whatever I'm going to do today, I'm not going to do it again. Every configuration, every agent creation, whatever I need on the AWS side, everything I will be creating today's session itself only. And also I will create one double XL EC2 instance. Don't confuse that. Sai, you said Azure DevOps, why you're talking about AWS again? Because I cannot ask you guys to go back and watch Maven and rest other stuff. So what I'll do is I'll take this EC2 instance, and then I will configure Maven. I will configure JFrog to push my artifacts to the JFrog, and also I will configure SonarQube. Right? I'm not going to explain this technically deep because these sessions were already done yesterday itself only. So if you wanted to watch it, please watch that session, or for the configuration part you can stay in this session and then watch, guys. All right, so that's all. This is all about introduction. I wish you understand whatever we have discussed. If you do not understand, please watch it again. Let's go and do the practicals, guys. All right, so here is my console, guys. The very first step, I have written each and every step here. If you watch, first we are going to create one T2 Excel. All right. So you can also take T2 Excel itself only. I'm going to name this as prod um, and then ADO. All right, prod Azure DevOps. Don't think that Sai said Azure DevOps and why he is creating an instance here. As I said before in the introduction, first we are going to create everything manual, guys, like Maven and then JFrog and then SonarQube. Once this part is done, then we are going to jump on to the Azure DevOps and we are going to create the agents. All right, so let's name this as prod Azure DevOps and then I'll select Ubuntu here, select 22. If you wanted to take any different versions, you can take different versions. And once this is done, scroll down, and if anyone is watching this video or this series from the beginning, they know already, because whatever I'm selecting, it was all since from the day one itself only. SecOps key, I'm not explaining these again. VPC, we already do have the SecOps VPC. Only one subnet was there, enable, and then select security groups. If anyone is doing practicals, try to do it with the private subnets, yes, if possible. Take one NAT gateway and do it with the private subnets. Launch instance. Even in real time also, make sure if you get an task on CACD part, make sure that you're doing step by step. Or the best approach is, what I do follow is, first I'll test in my, however we'll be having some sprint time, right? 7 to 14 days of time will be there. I'll test in my local first manually. If it is everything is working fine, then accordingly I will automate stage by stage. First stage I will test, second stage I will test 1 2 stages, third stage I will test 1 2 3 stages, fourth stage I will test 1 2 3 4. Likewise, that is the best practice when you're following any task in real time, if you're getting. So prod ADO, okay, step one is done. And then create simple record for, okay, I know this. Let's select the public IP and let's select the let's open route 53 and create two records, guys. Why two records is, see, I can still copy this public address and then I can paste it in colon 8082 and then I can access JFrog. I don't want that. I wanted to access JFrog with a domain name. So I will open Route 53, hosted Jones, and then select cloudvishwakarma.in. This is my domain name, and I'll delete these two records and I will create the new records again. Delete records, delete. Now create records, simple routing. Select next, define simple record. I will name this as JFrog here. All right, and traffics to IP address 4 and paste your public IP wherever your SonarQube and then JFrog was there. Paste that public IP address. If you're taking any private subnets or something, if you're attaching that, then try to enter the elastic IP here. 1 minute, or you can leave it 300 seconds only, and then define simple record. Create one more record. I will name this as SonarQube. sonarcube.cloudvishwakarma.in, and then select the IP address and paste the IP address here. Define simple record, create the records. Let it come, guys. We do not have any kind of work with this Route 53 now, so I will just close this. So let's log into the putty meanwhile. Windows putty, Ubuntu paste the IP. I will change the appearance also. Change the appearance. Bold 14. I will change the color to yellow for better visibility. And then shell authentication credentials. See, in real time, most of the times we are not going to use this putty session, because putty is again a third party tool. If you are getting a client asset, then you can install, or admin team is going to install and give it to you. If not, if you are using any VDI or Citrix, something like that, most probably you will not be allowed to use putty, guys. If you do have permissions, you can use, or the best practice is we are going to use SSM, sessions manager. I have already did a video on sessions manager during the time of AWS, so you can watch that, guys. And now sudo apt update, sudo apt install, make sure that you're installing the Java version as 17, and sudo apt update and then sudo apt install Maven. Let's install Maven and then Java, paste it, enter. So once this part is done, what was the next step? Clone pet clinic application. Okay, now what we shall do is we are going to, I do already have the pet clinic application here in my local. Watch this very carefully, don't get confused. This is my pet clinic spring boot application, guys. If you were there in my yesterday Maven session, we have worked on it, guys. Again, I don't want to request you to go back and watch the video. You can watch it from here itself only, because now once this instance is, once everything was done, I'm going to install Maven, SonarQube and JFrog here itself only. But if you wanted to deep dive more technically onto this pom.xml, what exactly is it contains, or how to add extensions or add-ons, or how to allow snapshots, all this stuff, please watch yesterday's video, because we are not going to discuss anything about file by file, like what is source, what is there inside this source location and all this stuff. So I will just quickly try to grab these things up. I will push all this code whatever is there to our Azure DevOps. Right from there we are going to trigger the pipeline, not from the AWS side. For that reasons, I'm going to push this code to our Azure DevOps repository now itself only. Open in terminal, just enter code dot. Okay, so code dot is not required. I will do one thing, I just open right already. If I enter ls, git dot git is already there. Just remember that dot git is already there. I will open Azure DevOps here. See, if anyone is new to the Azure DevOps, installation of Azure DevOps is straightforward. Just watch any one of the video on YouTube and then you can proceed, guys. Right? We can create 5 organizations. My lab is one organization I have created already. So likewise, you can create 5 organizations. You are going to get a tab like this once you have installed each and everything. All right. So just simply click on continue, and yeah, this name I will mark the organization name as mm, production ADO. Select continue. Okay, here is the production. This is mine. I'm going to test each and everything in my environment. So production ADO, this is the one, and I will name this as Spring Pet App, or I'll name this as Spring Boot production Spring Boot Pet App, and simply click on create the project, guys. So once this has been created, our task is to push all the code whatever is there here to the Azure DevOps repository. All right, how we can do this? See, we have lot of boards here, like overview, boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, artifacts, all these things we are going to discuss slowly one after one. But today we are going to discuss more on this repos and then basic pipelines itself only, and building the agents. Building the agents is one of the biggest headache. We have to do it very carefully. Once after we done configuring the agents, again we should not come back for the agent configurations, right? So for that reasons, I prepared to show you how to configure the agents for the whole session for today. So the here, once after you are into the organization production Azure DevOps, and then click on repo, guys. Okay, just copy this here. One remote add command will be there. Just copy this, come back here. I do have one .git folder I wanted to git. If this .git folder is there, I cannot add another remote origin, so I will delete this. I will initialize the git again. Git has been initialized successfully. I will paste this command, so it's going to add the origin. If I enter git remote -v, see, our origin has been added successfully here. All right, now if I enter git status, see, all the files were there. Now I'm going to push from here git add dot git commit hyphen m. I will add as add Spring Boot. If anyone is trying to transition the career into DevOps from the support background, not from the technical background to the DevOps background, whenever you are adding the commit, don't mention added. This is not the recommended way. Just leave it as add, or you can also give this A as capital. Add Spring Boot Clinic, add some XYZ lines, add some Terraform lines likewise. Okay, add Spring Boot Pet Clinic, and then git push horizon master, enter. It's going to push all the code to the Azure DevOps repository. Okay, it is asking for the credentials, it's fine. Just select your account. Okay, it has been pushed successfully. If I open this and if I refresh, I can able to see the code here, guys. Great. Let's come back here. Meanwhile, oh, it logged out. Let me quickly log in. I have to set the max timeout here. Every time I'm forgetting to set that. Sudo su hyphen. Okay. Now I wanted to clone this pet clinic application on my EC2 instance. This putty is part of EC2 instance, right? It will not be possible to directly clone it because this is private repository and you are trying to clone it on your AWS EC2 instance. You are going to get a authorization issues, guys. To avoid that, what we shall do is, see on top of this you can see one icon called user settings. Select user settings and select SSH public keys. I already do have no keys were there, so just click on new key, come back to your EC2 instance again and make sure that you're running SSH hyphen keys in. Enter, 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 cat. Copy this public key. We don't want private key, we want public key. All right, just copy this and paste it here. Control X. I will paste the root key here and then add it. So once this has been added, come back to your repository again, production Spring Boot pet tab. Now go to the repos, just select clone SSH, guys, not HTTPS. All right, select SSH and then copy, come back to the partition again, git clone, paste it, give yes, done. It's going to clone. Great. We have completed another step. Just get into the production Spring Boot pet application. Now I am going to run this command, which is maven clean install deploy. There will be one m.2 folder. It's going to clean if there were any previous artifacts. So this clean is mean that, and then installing the package and then deploying, right? This has been already discussed yesterday itself only, but I know it's going to fail now because in pom.xml we have added this JFrog add-ons or JFrog extensions, and then we have added this URL and all these things in settings.xml. Now it's definitely going to fail, I know that, but still we should run this because in the back end it's going to download all the dependencies whatever is there on the pom.xml file, guys. So let it download. It's going to take some time, so let's wait for it. See, it was failed. It says sample, Spring, Pet Clinic, Snapshot, Maven, metadata.xml. All these will not be found because I haven't installed this artifact. Now I'm going to install the artifacts, which is artifact repository tool, which is JFrog. This is mainly used to push our artifact, whatever is created by the Maven, to the JFrog repository, guys. Right? So how we will install cd user local bin and make sure that you're running these two commands. Copy, come back here, and then cd slash user local bin and paste the commands here. Enter. It's going to download and unzip the file. So once that has been done, sudo apt install. Oh, we need this jq nettools, we need this. So I will copy, and then also I'll copy this. We need to get into a folder called trail pro folder. So just come back here. Don't get confused here. As I said before in the introduction part and in the yesterday's session, once the developer done writing his code, that doesn't mean that application will directly go straight to the live. No, before that we are going to build it, we are going to test it, scan it, validate it, package it, and then we'll make sure that it is generating as artifacts. That artifacts you are not supposed to store in your local machine. That artifacts supposed to be stored in a centralized remote location. For that one we are using JFrog here. All right, see, let's see something. Meanwhile it is 69%. If you come back here to the Azure DevOps repo, and if you go to the pom.xml, look, developers are going to do this. It's not our DevOps engineers cup of tea, but you should be understanding what exactly is there inside this pom.xml. If you do not understand, then that's a problem. So whatever is there inside this pom.xml, I have explained in the previous sessions. You can watch it. All right. So let's come back here and see how much it is completed. Oh, it's completed. We are inside the folder. No, we are Antar. We are unzipping that. Let it be. Okay. Now cd jfrog. Let's get into the folder. What was the next command here? Run this. It's going to install. JQ is mandatory. JQ was not installed. Sudo apt install JQ-y. Run. So there is an error processing package JFrog Artifactory Pro leaving errors were encountered installing JFrog. Why? Net tools were there. Just hold on. Several minutes dependencies prevent configuration JFrog repo. See, we have ran that command, right? JQ and then net tools. Where it is? Here it is. We ran this command. Why it is not working? Sudo apt install net hyphen tools. Net tools and then JQ were dependencies, guys. For this installation of Artifactory has completed successfully. Let's run this script again. So once this was done, what was the next step? We are supposed to enable the services sudo system ctl start artifact service and then xray service. So we shall run these commands once this is done. Yeah, looks like it's moving ahead. Good. Postgres is also installing. See, I did one biggest mistake when working on this, when testing in my local environment. In the same instance, I decided to install Maven, JFrog, and then SonarQube also. When installing SonarQube, again I have installed the Postgres 17, and we had an issue with the port number. Both JFrog and then what was the other thing? SonarQube. These two were using the same port number of the Postgres 5432, and I got very big issue. It took me 2 3 days to identify where I am going wrong. I literally gave up on this Azure DevOps because on the other side, Microsoft is not giving me a agents. They are asking me more than $300. So it has been done. Yeah, it has been done. So finally, I have identified that Postgres is using the port number of 5432, and then I have created a separate directory. Whereas there I have allowed SonarQube to use 5433. 5432 and then 5433 were the two port numbers where two different services were accessing. We shall discuss that later, not now, but I'm just telling you just because the installation is going on. So once this part is done, make sure that you are copy this, start the service, paste it. Meanwhile, in the background, you can open jfrog.cloudvishwakarma.in colon 8082 guys. JFrog, you can access it 8082. Just enter. Let's come back here and see. Once this is done, then you can able to see the JFrog server here. Okay, it has been started now. If you come back here and just refresh, see JFrog is up and running. Now directly you cannot access JFrog guys. Before that, see I have written here, you need trail license. Okay, copy the artifactory license and paste it in the key next. Okay, these are the steps actually. So now how you are going to get this license is just come back to the Google and enter JFrog license, trial license. I already do have my trial license. Just open this and log in with the Google. I will do it. Log in with Google. Continue. So once you have logged in, see there is something called self-hosted trial. After clicking on self-hosted trial, you are going to get one authentication key. See, it looks like this, very big one. If you wanted to see a video on how to do it, I will pin the video on top. Please watch it, guys. That is part of our previous session, which is Maven. All right, so once you get that key, come back here. What was the default username? Admin. What was the default password? Password only. Enter. It's going to log in. Once you have logged in, it's going to ask you for the credentials, I mean password to change. Just close this. It's not asking here. Okay, I will just copy this and I'll open in private browser. It is routing into the previous one as per the cache data. Enter. Continue. Give admin. Password is PSSW only. Password is password only. So once you logged in, it's going to prompt you immediately to change the password. Yeah, here it is. Now I'll change the password. Make sure that you're remembering this password. Okay, I'll mark this as India at the rate 12345 at the rate 12345. Click on next. See, here you have to paste this license key. Just copy this key and then paste it here. Select next. Base URL, your URL supposed to be this one, JFrog at the rate. I will copy from here. I do already have mentioned here. See, this is my URL. https:// it's not https, it's http. Give the URL here and then simply click on next. Next. What was the build tool here? Maven. We do have so many tools, but we are going to select Maven and simply click on next. Finish. So once this part has been finished, now we are supposed to create one settings.xml file. Yes, see, here it is, settings.xml. I will show you how to create this. I will just explain you why we are creating this. Is once the artifact has been built with the help of Maven, I told you, right, our requirement is to push that build to our where, to remote repository called JFrog. So how it cannot do it? It's pom.xml is not going to do directly. Instead, we are going to add another file called settings.xml. Now this will be generated with the help of this JFrog itself only. I will show you how to do it. But if you watch carefully here, I'm going to change the username 2 times. You also do the changes 2 times. Username here and then password. Whatever password you have changed, you have to give the password here. In real time, you're going to give the authentication token here, or you're going to variabilize it. All right, 2 times, guys. Again, I'm saying admin password and then password. So once this is done, make sure that you're enabling the snapshot as true in line 21 and then in line 37. These two passwords you are supposed to change. And once this has been done, on line 25, on line 31, line 41 and then line 47, here you are supposed to give your JFrog URL. If you are creating Nexus is also part of artifactory tool. If you wanted to give the Nexus URL, you are supposed to give the Nexus URL here. So based on this, it's going to push that Maven artifact to this particular repository. Understand? Now we'll see how we can create this settings.xml file. We are not going to push this to a remote repo. I have already added this under git ignore. You can also add this under git ignore. See, here is the git ignore. I don't want settings.xml to be pushed here. Instead, I'm going to add this settings.xml file under there is one location called root location. If I come here, cd/root dot m2, here I'm going to store the settings.xml file. Settings.xml, nano settings.xml. And from where I can uh, get that file, settings.xml file, just select artifact trace and then artifacts. Once you have selected artifacts, here you're going to see an option called set me up Maven and then give the password. This is the reason why I showed you the password. India at the rate 12345. Copy this token somewhere. Instead of password, you can give this token. Yes. all right, and then generate settings. You are going to get the settings.xml file. Whatever file is there here, that file is this one only. So I will just give control A, control C. My username password is good, username password snapshot I have allowed as true, and then I've given the URLs. You also do the changes accordingly, and under slash root slash dot m2 you should paste this settings.xml. Control XY, done. So once this is done, come back to your production application, which is Spring Boot application. Now run that Maven clean command again. Come back to the Maven here, see, run this command again. I will also give this command at last, I believe. Yeah, here it is. Maven clean install deploy. Why I am running clean now? Because in my target directory, which is .m2, there is an artifact already. I wanted to clean that artifact, and then I wanted to create a new one. For that reason, I am running clean. Paste it, enter. Make sure that you're doing practicals, guys. If you're not doing practicals, it will be really tough for you if you are coming from the different background, and if you wanted to switch into DevOps. And I've also seen most of them that AI is like, growing huge, and then it's going to take out a DevOps engineer's job, and people just giving excuses on learning DevOps and ignoring. But trust me, it's not going to end. This DevOps process is not going to end. There will be a lot of tools adding in this DevOps strategies, but as far as I believe, it's not going to end. So better skill up yourself daily. That's more than enough. All right. So build was successful, fantastic. For me, it has taken a lot of failures, but here it's done in the single step. So you might get a lot of issues. So do not give up. Just refresh. Here I should be able to see the artifact. I will copy this command. I will change the version. The current version will be 3.0.0 something. Now I will change the version to 1.0.0, and I will deploy it again. We'll see what will happen. Snapshots, organizations, Spring Framework, samples, Spring Clinic. See, 3.4.0 is the current artifact version. Now I want the current artifact version is 1.0.0, or else we'll do something. We'll take 4.0.0. Okay, enter. I should get 4.0.0 snapshot, and then I should get 4.0.0 artifact. Build was successful. I will refresh it here meanwhile from the background. Refresh. Once this is done, the important thing is this, guys. SonarQube, install it carefully. I have written everything here step by step. Just blindly follow this process, and it's gonna work. You're not going to face issue like what I have faced. You're going to install everything in a single shot. Okay, build was successful, and the version supposed to be 4.0.0. See here, 4.0.0, 4.0.0. Come back here and go to the Spring Framework again. Samples. This is snapshot folder. Spring Pet Clinic. Just refresh again. Or check here. Library, release, Spring Framework, samples. See, 4.0.0. If you wanted to see the latest snapshot, you can also check from here, libraries snapshot. All right. So we are good here. Whatever we have done, we are good. We got each and everything as expected itself only. Now let's go and install the SonarQube, guys. CD. Just open the documentation. Here it is. Sudo mkd. Let's enter one by one command. Let's not enter all commands at a single time. Let's not rush. Changing ownership. and then let's get into the Postgres. Okay, here we are Postgres, it's working, and then run this, it's going to initialize. Okay, everything is fun, right? Fantastic. Just give exit, guys. Let's come out of the Postgres, stay on the root location again, and edit postgres.config file. Okay, just copy this sudo command, paste it. Now just go down completely and try to paste whatever I have mentioned. This is quite big. Actually, there will be one small, one small command. If you give control Y or something, then it's going to take you directly to the bottom of the script. If anyone knows that command, please put it in the comment section. Again and again, we cannot do this, like holding the down key and then going straight down. Yeah, we are at last. At last, make sure that you're adding these lines. Listener, localhost, what was the port we are listening on to? 5433. I told you, right? 5433, and then this. Now just copy this and then come back here, paste it, Control X Y, done. And let's edit this hba.config file. Copy, and then what we need to post there, we need to post this. Copy. There are some peer methods, there are some authentication methods, there are some trust methods. Okay, there are some m5 methods also, but here we are going to follow the trust method, md5. Trust means, I think there should be no authentication. If peering is there, then we should enter the password authentication. So we are following the trust method here. Here it is, trust method. Control X Y, this part is done. Now what is next? Create and start Postgres SQL service. All right, just copy this command and paste it. Just paste the service file here. See, copy from unit and till install, and then paste it here. Control X Y, done. What was next? Start the services. Okay, just copy this and I will start the service. Enter. System link has been created. Create database and then user Postgres SQL. Okay, let's give this command. Let's create one user called Sonar with the password called my underscore strong underscore password. This is the password I'm going to create. So I will copy this and it should be in the Postgres now. See, it's inside the Postgres, and run this commands, guys. See, once after you're running this /q, which means it's going to exit from the DB. See, it was exited. It was created the user, it was created the password, and it is given all the access, whatever is there, and then it was exited. Install SonarQube. Okay, let's do this step by step. Let's not rush. Copy sudo apt get install zip. Okay, unzip is already there, but still wget. You can also enter this unzip command. Again, I'm saying do it very carefully. Sudo move SonarQube to name as SonarQube, and then rmf and rf. Okay, we are removing the zip file. Paste it. Good. What is next? Configure SonarQube and user and permissions. Just copy this. We are giving the access to the user Sonar. Scroll down, edit the Sonar properties, sudo nano opt, and then let's edit this. Come completely down, or you can also see two names here. See, Sonar JDBC. I will do one thing. K enter, enter. I will paste the username and then password here. We just created one username and then password, right? See, this Sonar, my strong password is my password, and this is the URL. Paste it. Control X Y. Oh, sorry. SonarQube. Control X Y. Done. Just check again whether if it has been created or not. Okay, user SonarQube. User is Sonar. Password is my strong password, and this is the URL. Control X. Done. And then system configurations. Create SonarQube service. Okay, sudo nano copy, paste it, Control X, Y, done. So once this has been done, configure system limits, sudo nano etc config. Okay, copy. For SonarQube we have some limitations, guys. It's not like creating instance and we can ignore. There are some default limitations for SonarQube. We need to add that. See, here it is, maximum is 26,000, 2,62,144, and file system file maximum should be 65,000. Configure user limits. Okay, copy this, come completely down, and then paste it here. The above one is for Sonar. No, sorry, the above one is for JFrog, and this is for Sonar. Enter and start SonarQube. All right, copy, paste, enter. System link has been created. Everything was fine. Let's come back here. Systemctl. We'll see the status. Okay, it's active and running. Watch ls. Come back here. SonarQube.cloudwithshukarma.in colon 9000. It's going to accessible at 9000. HTTP colon / sonarcube.cloudwithshukarma.in. Okay, enter. Actually, it's gonna take some time, I believe. So we'll see. We'll wait for 5 minutes. It's going to take more than 5 minutes. Try to open in different browser and see if it works or not. If it is not working, then make sure that you're clearing all your browsing history and then you can check. Meanwhile, just come back to the AWS side, open Route 53 and check whether the IP address and everything was perfect or not. The IP was 48 and then 168. DNS management, Cloud Vishwakarma, SonarQube dot 48168. Yes, same. SonarQube dot cloudissugarma.in. Yeah, it's perfect. Nothing wrong. Let's wait for it, guys. Maybe it's going to take some time. The name resolution is taking some time. We'll do something. We'll do something tricky. Copy the public IP address. Take control new tab and then paste 9000 here. We'll see if this works. If this is also not working, then it's going to take some time. Just try to come back here and reboot it, guys. Reboot the server and wait for 1 minute and then try to access both JFrog. Immediately it's not going to work. Just wait for 1 minute and try to access both JFrog and then SonarQube also. Then it should work. Sudo su hyphen. Watch this, watch ls. Let's go back to the private browser. Hopefully it should work now. SonarQube cloud is sugarma colon 9000. Please don't give me errors. SonarQube dot cloud vishwakarma dot in colon. It's not HTTPS, guys, it's HTTP only. Continue to site. Fantastic, it's working. See, the only thing what you have to do is just reboot the server, guys. That's all, nothing. Admin password is also admin. Login. Once you have logged in, change the password first and then select update. So once it has been updated, just select create local project and give the display name as mastering DevSecOps, or else I'll do one thing. I'll give prod Azure DevOps. Come down and then click next. Just select use the global settings and then click on create project. All right, so once you have created the project, you will be getting an option called locally here because our complete stuff was in local. So just select local and then create the token for 90 days. Generate the token. I will just copy this token and paste it in your, I will remove this token. I'll name this as new underscore sonar. Paste it, save it, and then click on continue. I'm building from Maven, so just copy this command, guys. Whatever is there, just copy the entire command, come back to your party session, get into your application, which is prod spring root patab, paste it and enter. Now what it's going to do is, if there were any code smells or if there were any vulnerabilities or if there were any bugs, all those stuff will be transferred directly to our this SonarQube page. All right, let it get this done. So once this is done, we can see if there were any security vulnerabilities or anything on the SonarQube side. So it's testing each and everything here. So just come back and if you go to the projects, I can able to see prod ADO. Let's wait, is it completed? Yeah, build was successful. Project ADO. See, it's going to show you if there were any code bugs or if there were any vulnerabilities or if there were any code smell. You can also go to the quality gate rules and you can also set this coverage percentage, guys, like like rule A, rule B, rule C. Likewise, we can also set these rules. Understand? So we have successfully achieved whatever we want on the AWS side, because next time I'm not going to run this manually. I'm going to trigger a pipeline from the Azure DevOps side. I'm not going to do it manually, guys. Right? I will close this tab. I will also close this tab. So now we are into the Azure DevOps part. The very first thing what we are going to do is, we have the repository here, but we do not have the pipeline. Correct? In order to create the pipeline, we need to create an agent. It can be having our own agent, or it might be having an agent from the Microsoft. If you wanted to buy the agents, you can still pay some money to the Microsoft and then they can provide you the agents, guys. All right, but we shall create our own agents by creating one virtual machine and configure the target agent by installing all the necessary tools in the virtual machine. All right, so let's come back to the Azure. Just try to watch one video on YouTube how to create the Azure account and create one Azure account, guys. Go to the virtual machines. I'm going to create one virtual machine now. Select virtual machines and I'm going to name the resource group subscription. It's going to select by default. Let's leave it as it is. I'm going to create one resource group here. I will name this as prod Azure DevOps 1 and select OK. Once it has been selected, just select your virtual machine name also. I will select prod ADO 1. Names may contain only letters, not numbers. Okay. Prod Azure DevOps. Okay, this is taking. And then region US East is fine. Availability zone, okay, fine. And then zone 1, I'm not going to take, I'm going to take zone 3, because in zone 3 only I'll be having this standard B2, standard size instances will be there. If you're getting this standard instances in zone 1, you can also select zone 1, guys. And Ubuntu is fine. And one more setting, what am I supposed to do? Security type, okay, trusted launch virtual machines, it's fine. Now if you scroll down, you can able to see the username and password here. I will mark the username as admin Sai, okay, and the password as keep on username and then keep on password. All right. Inbound rules allow selected ports only. Okay, SSH 22. Next, go to the disks. In disks, I don't want premium, I want only standard SSD. Standard SSD is super fine. um, Anything need to change? No. Go to the networkings. I will create new here. It's already at 10 dot. Instead of 10 dot 0 dot, I'll mention this as 10 dot 30 dot 0 dot 0 dot 0 slash 16, and I will give the subnet as copy. Subnet should be 24 and then 10 dot 30 dot 1 dot 0 slash 24. The name must begin with a letter. Oh, sorry, this is name. Okay. Range is here. My name is prod ADO subnet hyphen subnet. Okay, good. Just click on save. Okay, subnet. I will select this 10.30.1.0 slash 24. Public IP name. Okay, NIC. Basic network type. Basic is fine. And then public inbound ports, allow selected ports 22. Public DNS when NIC is deleted. Okay, this is not required. Load balancing, none. Okay, let's go to the management. In management, anything supposed to be changed? No, nothing was there. Let's go to the monitoring. Disable this enhanced monitoring. This is not required. Just select advanced. Anything is there? No. Tags and then review and create. So we are going to create one virtual machine here. So inside this virtual machine, we are going to install all our tools, whatever is required for our agent, guys, right? So for today, we are going to continue on that part itself only. We are not going to continue on anything. Once that entire configuration has been done, then we will test our pipelines and we'll see whether if it is running as expected or not. I will close this putty. This is not required anymore. Let's close the tools which were not required. Edge browser also not required. And all right, yeah, everything is fine now. Deployment is in progress. Just refresh. Still deployment is in progress. Okay, deployment is done. Just go to the resource and check whether the inbound and outbound rules were perfect or not. Just go to the network settings, scroll down. You can able to see the inbound and outbound rules. Okay, 22 LO, and then outbound rules. Okay, great. I will copy the public IP address and come back here and then I'll open putty session. My username is adminsci at the rate public IP. SSH authentication credentials. Oh, credentials is not required. Credentials is not required. We can enter it later. Appearance change. I will select this to bold 14 and then select colors, foreground modify, and then I will take this as green. Azure DevOps. Whatever password you have created when creating the virtual machine, give the same password, guys. Sudo su hyphen. This color is not good. I will change. Appearance, colors, modify yellow. Okay. So our plan is to install all the tools in our agents, because without agent, as I said before, we cannot run the pipeline. We have the repo here, but if you wanted to trigger it automatically, it will be happen only with the agents on the Azure side, right? So let's come back here to the Visual Studio Code. We do have steps here on what to install on the Azure DevOps side. So I will just copy all the commands. Sudo apt update apt install unzip zq nettools, and then we are installing Java 17, and then Maven, and then also we are installing Docker. Great. Come back, paste it. Okay. What was the last command? Sudo apt install jq nettools. Sudo apt install jq nettools. Okay, this has been not installed. Apt install, paste it. Java is going to install now. Once it has been done, we'll install Maven, and then also we will install Docker, because all these things supposed to be there in the agent, guys, because from next time you're going to trigger the pipelines. So it should be here, and then it should be also connected to our AWS and also. Okay, Maven and Docker. Let's give. So once this is done, we are going to give the permissions to admin side. From admin, we are not going to log into the root. Right from the admin only, we are going to access everything. So I'm giving user permissions to this admin side. Paste it. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Just copy the user mode hyphen a hyphen z and then admin side. Okay, permissions were granted. Once that is done, install the AWS CLI. We need AWS CLI, guys. So paste it. It's going to install. So once AWS CLI has been done, we also need Azure CLI. So we'll install that also. This is Azure CLI. Once Azure CLI is done, we are going to download Terraform, and then also Packer, and then also Trivy. We are going to download these three. Trivy we can download last. First we'll complete this Packer and then Terraform. Cd user local bin, and then I can do this zip. Okay, Azure CLI has been successfully installed. And what's next? Terraform. Paste it. Unzip Terraform. Okay. rm-rf. Let's remove the Terraform zip file, not the main file. So once Terraform has been installed, install Packer also, guys. Wget and then Packer. Yes. rm-rf Packer underscore good. cd. What is next? Document.ansible. Okay, we are supposed to install the Ansible also. Sudo apt update. Sudo apt install the common libraries for Ansible and sudo apt install Ansible. Once the Ansible has been installed, make sure that you're keeping the false as host key path, because we already do have the admin user, so we don't want the default one. So we are going to change this ansible.config file under host key path as false. Actually, host key path will be true, and we are going to change it to false. Sudo apt install Ansible. Yes. Okay, Ansible has been successfully installed. cd/etc Ansible, and then you will find a file called Ansible config ls-al. I'll copy this file to Ansible config to Ansible config underscore backup ls-al. Now just run one command. One command will be there here. Yeah, this is the one. Just copy and then paste it. Nano ansible.cfg, just give Control W and enter host underscore key. Host underscore key checking supposed to be false, not true. Control XY, done. Great. What was the next step here? Okay, we done this. Now let's install Trivy, guys. cd/user local bin. Trivy is mainly used for container scanner. Wget. Okay, there is an issue. Trivy is actually used for container scanner. We are going to scan if there were any vulnerabilities on the image. So yeah, open this, paste it, enter. Okay, let's reboot this. Once this has been done, reboot and wait for some time. After logging in, don't log in into the root. Instead, what you will do is you are going to do it everything from the admin location itself only, not from the root location. Right click, restart. Okay, let's run docker hyphen hyphen version. Okay, java hyphen hyphen version. Great. Maven hyphen hyphen version. Oh, it's mvn. See, Maven was installed, and then Ansible hyphen hyphen version, Terraform version, Packer version. Okay, everything is done. Everything was installed successfully. Now what we need is we need one personal access token, guys. Right? So how we can able to get the personal access token? Come to the Azure DevOps, and on top of it, you are going to see one user settings. Select user settings and select personal access token. All right, so let it be. This is not required. I will delete this. Or okay, now select new token. I'm going to name this as production underscore ado underscore 01. So days, I'll give this as 90 days, and then full access create. Make sure you copy the above token. Okay, make sure that you're copying this, guys, because once after it is gone, then again you cannot able to bring it back. Azure key, save it, and then close it. So once that has been created, just refresh. Okay, once this has been created, come back to the project again. Here is the project. Go to the project settings, and you are going to see something called agent pools. Let it load. It's loading. Yeah, once it has been, see here under pipelines, you are going to see something called agent pools. Select the agent pools, and click on add pools here. All right, so we have self-hosted, guys. We are selecting the self-hosted, right? So select self-hosted here, and give the agent pool name here. Give exactly like how I am giving, because the same name you have to mention in your pipeline also. If you are mentioning wrong, then you will face issues. Linux agent pool. Give the caps letters as it is, or if you wanted to give any name, you can give. But whatever agent name you are giving, make sure that you are mentioning the same name on your pipeline. All right, copy this, paste it, grant access permission to the all pipelines, and then create. Get into this Linux agent pool and select agents here. Select new agent. Now we are going to create our own agent. All right, how we are going to create? First, get into this agent, mkdir agent, and then cd agent. Just come back here, paste it. Now we are into the agent. So once this has been done, make sure that you're selecting on this copy url. It's going to copy the, oh sorry guys, this is Windows, right? We need Linux. Now don't select Windows, select Linux, and enter this command. This is common, mkdir my agent, and then cd my agent. We are already inside here. No, not this one. Cd ls hyphen al rm hyphen rf, delete the agent. Now enter the command again. Come back here, copy this command mkdir, paste it. You are inside the my agent. Copy this download agent url will be there. Just give wget and then paste it. It's going to download the agent. Once this has been downloaded, just give thar zxvf and then the agent name vst, enter. It's going to untar or unzip each and everything, and we'll be having some shell files inside. We need to run the shell files one after one. Dot slash config file.sh will be there. Just enter and then give enter. It's asking enter accept. Okay, give yes. Okay, only y. Enter the server URL. You are supposed to give your URL, guys. If you come back to your Azure DevOps account, see, this is your URL. I will close this. Dev dot till here production ADO till here is your URL. Don't copy this prod spring boot tab because that's a repo and this is your project URL. Just come back here, paste it and give one slash. Enter. Enter authentication type. Pad token we already do have, right? So just copy the pad token, paste it. Guys, do it very carefully. Again and again I'm saying, because once we done configuring the agents, this is the headache part. If this is completed, later on we can do all the tasks happily, because this gives a lot of issues during the time of agent configuration. Just give enter. Connecting to the server, let it connect. Enter agent pool name. So give the pool name accordingly. Linux agent. If you are giving any different agent name, just give the agent name accordingly, guys. Enter. Enter the, yeah, prod ADO is my name, agent name, it's fine. Enter the work folder. Press enter for the work. Done. The work folder. Okay. It has been completed successfully. Settings have been saved. Alright. Just take new screen ls-al. There will be one more file, service file. Yeah, this is the one. Dot slash service hyphen no hyphen hyphen, just give install admin is my username. It's going to install the sudo. Okay, it has been successfully installed. Again, just give sudo dot service slash sh and then start. It says active and running. Now if you come back here to your agent, see, it will turn online. See, it has been just turned online. All right, just open this Azure DevOps agent and then go to the capabilities. Here we can add capabilities, guys. Let's say if there were multiple agents. See, as I show you, I'll take new tab. We have multiple age, I mean, in organizations we do have, we'll be having multiple agents. For example, if this is our organization, and if I come down to the project settings and if I go to the agent pools, here we'll be having multiple agents. Okay, so we can apply, I'll come back here, using these capabilities we can apply only on Java capabilities or only on Terraform capabilities, just like variables. I'll show you. For example, I'll create one capability here, Java. If my Java value is only yes, then only you run. Or if my Terraform value is, just remove the space. Terraform value is yes, then only you run. These are called capabilities actually. So based on the capabilities, you can run the job. All right, now the important thing is we have discussed about the repo. Slowly we will do a lot of tasks on the repo again. Now we need to test on the pipeline part. This is my pipeline. Select pipelines, create pipelines. Our pipeline code is where in the Azure repo itself only. Select Azure repo and this is my prod spring boot pet application. Select this and then starter pipeline. See, basic pipeline is this: trigger master, which means it's going to trigger only on master if there were any changes. If you do have development branch, if you do have feature branch, if you do have testing branch, and if you're doing the changes and if you're pushing the code, it's not going to trigger the job, because here it is the trigger marked as master only. What was the pool here? Ubuntu latest. I am going to change the pool now because my pool name is different. My pool name is I will show you. My pool name will be here. See, Linux agent is my pool name. And then steps, just the basic steps, guys. Script echo, we are echoing just hello world and displaying the name, just like in Jenkins, like how we'll be having stages and then stage, and then inside that stage we'll be having steps. Likewise here we'll be having pool, inside that pool steps, and inside that steps we'll be having each and every step and job. All right, so here watch the script, add other task, build, test and repo of your deploy project. Just ignore, we don't want this. I already do have my own code here. Here it is. I will just copy this and then I will paste here. See, we are doing very simple stuff here. I am triggering only on development branch, only on UAT branch, only on production branch. Now I'm going to create this in the local. If you found any changes in these three branches, then only you trigger, else don't trigger. What was the pool here? Name equal to Linux agent pool. I told you, right? Pool names, give it properly. So we are going to call the pool name here. And what were the demands here? I just explained you about the capabilities. If my Java is equals to yes, then only you then only you trigger. If my Terraform is equals to yes, then only you proceed further. If my agent name is equals to Azure DevOps Agent 1, this is not my agent name, I think ADO Agent 1, is this the one? See, my agent name is this prod ADO. So just mention as it is prod ADO. I will change here. My agent name is PROD capital A capital D capital O. Save it. Go back here and check pipeline. Just open two tabs so it will be easy for you. My agent name is prod capital ADO. Prod capital P. Okay. Prod ADO. All right, and here these were global variables, guys. Okay, global version is 1.0, my email. And then if you wanted to give your subscription ID like production development or something, you can give. I just commented out, it's not required, but if you wanted to give, if you are following the recommended strategies in your real-time environment, then you are supposed to give all these things. And is dev equals to variable build dot source branch is development. See, is dev or is prod is equals to development only, then run. We are giving some triggers here, right? Likewise, is prod equals to production only, then run this job. Okay, these were actually called as global variables, guys. And what was the script here? This is a very common script. I'm just running Docker version, Packer version, Terraform version, AWS version, Java, and then Maven version. That's all. And this is just to display testing newly created agent pools. That's all. Now I will just click on save and run, coming directly on the master branch, save and run. We'll see how it works. Okay, job is running. Great. Our very first job. Hopefully there should be no failures. If the first job is good, the rest of the jobs will also be good. Checking out, okay, good, good. It's going with jet speed, great. Linux agent pool, yeah, it's done. Post job finished, yeah, it's almost done. Finalizing job report. So if you go to the step by step, I can see everything. Docker version, Packer version. See, Docker version is this. Packer version, Terraform version, AWS CLI, Java version, Maven version, and then Java version again here. Fantastic. Everything is working as expected itself only. All right, this is our very first job. Great. I wanted to clone this now. Clone this to my local so that it will be easy for to do any kind of editings or something like that. All right. We already have the repo here. See, here it is in the local machine. I will just run git pull. If there are any changes, it's going to take the recent changes. So just run git pull. It's going to ask for the credentials. Okay. Just enter. Got it. Hopefully I should also get one code dot one Azure DevOps file will be there. No, I will do one thing, or else I will just come out of this folder and I will clone here, git clone, and then where is the repo? Here is the repo. Just select clone and copy, enter. It has been cloned successfully. Cd prod ls-al, sorry, ls code dot. See, this is the pipeline, Azure pipeline YAML file. This is the pipeline we are working on. We are going to change this step by step and we'll proceed accordingly, guys. But before doing that, just like how we are going to install the plugins on Jenkins, likewise, we are also supposed to install the plugins on Azure DevOps side also, because there is AWS CLI, and then we are going to install some JAP scanners for container scanning, and also we wanted to notify on Slack. For that, we need Slack notification, and there is a SonarQube here which is running on the AWS. This machine should connect to this instance and should give the SonarQube vulnerabilities, code smells, and then bugs. So in order to cover all these tasks, we need plugins. So how we can install the plugin? Just come back to the Azure DevOps again and go here. Just come back to the home and you will see organization settings here. Select organization settings, scroll down and go to the extensions will be there. See extensions. They have removed the SonarQube. So they have removed the SonarQube plugin. I don't know why, but we'll try to install something with the SonarQube server. So first we'll start with AWS Toolkit. This is the one, AWS Toolkit for Azure. Just click on get it for free. I'll also open 2, 3, 4. Total 4 I need. Once after clicking on get it for free, just click on install. It's going to install. And then, okay, close this and just install JAP scanner also. This is the one, get it for free. And here Slack notification we need. Enter. This is the one, select, get it for free, install, and at last Sonar scanner. They have removed the SonarQube one, but SonarQube branch support. We'll take SonarQube support. This one, SonarQube server. Get it for free. Is it done? Okay, just close it. Install. Install. Great. We have successfully installed the plugins. All right. Now let's come back here, guys. What we shall do is we'll create one branch here. We'll create one branch and then we'll push the code to our Azure DevOps repo and we'll see how it behaves. For example, if I come here and git checkout -b, I'll create one branch called future 0.1. Okay, git branch, and what I'll do is I'll do one small modification here. This is my, yeah, this is the file. I'll just go to the source location, main location, resources, not resources, not this one, test, main, Java, owner. There will be one HTML file. I want that HTML file. I just want to do some small modifications. That's all. Yeah, resources, I think. Yeah, static. Um, templates. Yeah, here it is, error HTML. In error HTML, I will just do one small modification. Something happened to the web page. Just save it and come back here. If you enter git status, you will see a change here, but you are in which branch? You are in the future branch, future 01, correct? Now I'll just push this git add dot git commit hyphen m added the test commit git push horizon future 01, enter. It's going to push the changes to the feature branch here, but if you come back, it's not going to trigger the job. Reason why it's not going to trigger the job, because if you watch the code here carefully, the Azure DevOps pipeline code, here we are saying trigger only on development, UAT and production. Apart from that, you don't trigger anything. All right, now see, I will show you one more example here. I'm going to create one more branch, git checkout hyphen b. I will create development branch, development, enter. And again git branch. Okay, I'm in development branch. I will do one more modification on the different file. Now welcome file, I'm going to do modifications. Save it. Just come back here and just enter git status. There is a change. Now I will enter, instead of feature branch, I'm going to push this to the development batch. Immediately, once after it has pushed, immediately a job is gonna start here. Is it pushed? Yes, it's pushed. See, one load one to new run. If I select, a job has been running. So this is how triggers work, guys. Slowly we will develop the code step by step, and then we will understand each and everything. All right, so let's see if this job is getting passed or failed. Yeah, it is succeeded, 6 seconds ago duration. So likewise, let's develop the code step by step. Now if we come back here, there is another code here in the pipeline 2, pipeline 3. Yeah, here it is. So what we are doing, again include development, UAT and then production. So exclude, you can also mention exclude, yes, if there were any changes in future or any other, like star means starting with future, if anything is there, or readme file or in the master, don't trigger. We are excluding this. And also pool name, what was the pool name we have given before? Linux agent pool itself only. And then demands, what were the demands? As I said before, if java is equals to yes, not 11 it is. If java is equal to yes, then only trigger. Terraform is equal to yes, then only trigger. And the Azure DevOps, this is not my agent name. My agent name is prod ADO. Based on these conditions only, you go and deploy, else you just keep quiet. We are mentioning that here. Okay, I'll just cancel. Variables, global version. Okay, these are global variables, I told you already. See, this is the hierarchy stages. Inside the stages, stage will be there. What stage it is? Checking ADO status condition. See, this is actually called a expression, because we are mentioning two conditions here, or equals to dev. I showed you in the before. See, we are mentioning two conditions here, equals to development, here it is development, so then only run. Equals to source branch production, here is the production, then only run. Likewise, we are mentioning only one condition here, equals to is prod, then only true, then only you run. Production is also there, right? And stages, checking ADO stat stages. See, just now I explained this. Pool and pool name should be Linux agent pool on demands. Terraform equals to yes. This is on demand. Variables 2.0, these are global variables, and you can also call the variables inside the pipeline. I just mentioned this. If you wanted to comment, you can comment this out, guys. I just wanted to show you that we can call the variables inside and also globally also. All right, and see stages stays inside that we have job. What was the job here? Checking Terraform and Packer, Ansible and Trivy. We are just checking the version here. See, again I have mentioned the variables here. We are just checking the version of display the build id, Terraform and Packer version, display the Docker version, present working directory, and then ls-al. All right, just copy this, come back here, come back to your, where is your file? Yeah, this is the one. Just select Azure DevOps pipeline, Control A, just paste it, guys, and save it. Let's see if it's gonna run or we are going to get any kind of issues. We did some changes, and development branch is here. We are also currently in the development branch now. I'll just run git status. So modified Azure pipelines, I'm going to run this. Immediately it should run a job here. See, load one new run. Let's see if this job is getting passed or failed. Once this is done, we will end up, guys. So make sure that you're configuring all the agents and whatever I've showed on the AWS side also. Tomorrow when we come here, what we shall do is we're going to develop this pipeline slowly. I'm going to add, see, I will show you the example here. It was written already. I'm going to add SonarQube stays here. See, I'm going to add SonarQube stays. This is ADO status. Today we are testing, and then see SAS with SonarQube, and then also I'll add Maven stays also. Slowly I will add Trivy stays, and then my target is to create one artifact on S3 bucket, create one artifact on. I will draw this here. Architecture diagram I do have. In tomorrow's class I will show you each and everything, like continuous integration, continuous delivery, and then continuous deployment. So for tomorrow and for today, what we are going to do is we are just going to generate the artifacts and make sure that we are going to push those artifacts to the S3 bucket. See, here on the Azure DevOps part, here we are going to trigger the pipeline. Right, I'm just drawing normally. I'm going to show you the architecture file slowly tomorrow, and then whatever artifacts were whatever artifacts will be there here, all those artifacts supposed to be stored in JFrog, and then S3 bucket, and then Azure blob storage. All right, and then again in this pipeline we are going to containerize this application whatever is there, and then I'm going to push it to the Docker. And also to scan this image I will use Trivy here. Likewise, slowly I will show in different lower environments how I can deploy, and then also I will show in the higher environments as well. Okay, this will be shown everything tomorrow, not today. Today is completely a configuration session only. Let's come back and see the job. Is it good? It's working as expected. Yeah, it was succeeded. That's all for today. If anyone is watching this session, please click on that like button, guys, and then click on that subscribe button, and we'll see you in the tomorrow session. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye, guys. And guys, one more thing I forgot to tell you, please don't delete anything here, never. Because for the next 6 to 7 days we need this. Just simply what you will do is come to the home, come to the virtual machines, and select this prod ADO and make sure that you are stopping it. Don't worry about the bill, let it come, we shall pay, because we are going to get a less bill itself only. Just give yes. Just stop it, guys. Don't do anything, please. All right, again, if you're doing anything tomorrow, once you come back, you have to do each and everything right from the start. So let's not waste the time on that. Come back to the AWS again. Just stop it. Just stop it. That's all. Let the bill comes, because the instance is in stop state, right? You're not going to get heavy bill. Let it come, you can pay it. All right, so that's all for today. Have a nice day, everyone. Happy weekend. We'll see you in the tomorrow session. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Guys, this is day 2 in our Azure DevOps series. So in yesterday's session, we have created manually each and everything. Like we have configured SonarQube, we have configured Maven, and then also we have configured the JFrog. Alright, so in today's session, we are going to cover the pipeline till creating the Docker image, guys. Right, whatever you are watching here, the image it might looks normal for you. I will just show you one example. This is my test environment. All right, just have a look on the issues, whatever I got. So many issues I got for each and every line, whatever is there in the pom.xml. See, even if I scroll down, like all issues only. So if you're doing the practicals, just remember carefully, if you're doing the practicals, the first thing what you will do is please copy the pom.xml file to your local and then start doing the practicals. I'm going to pin all the code in our GitHub repository so that you can copy paste the pom.xml first and then you can start doing the process. I mean practicals. See, for the first day, whatever I've covered, it's super fine, no worries. But for the second day, which is today, the very first thing what you're supposed to do is you have to copy paste the pom.xml from my GitHub repository and then paste it in your local. All right, and then you can start doing the practicals, or else you will face hell lot of issues, I'm saying. All right, so in today's session what we're going to do is, yesterday we did some manual stuff here. Today we are not going to do any kind of manual things. We are going to automate each and everything with the Azure DevOps pipeline, proper realistic way. And also, once this building part is done, I'm going to upload the artifact to the S3 bucket, artifact to the blob storage, and I'm going to upload the artifact to the remote repository, guys. Even in the Terraform, most of them will be saying that we are going to store our state file in the backend, but they will also be storing the artifacts. They will also be storing the state files in a different locations like local, because those were sensitive files, right. So in such a way, here we are also going to create, I mean we are also going to store the artifacts in three different locations: S3, Azure, and then JFrog. And once this is done, we are going to create a Docker image, and using Trivy, we are going to scan this image for any security vulnerabilities. All right, so let's go and do it, guys, step by step. Please don't copy paste the code directly and paste it and do the practicals. Make sure that you're doing each and everything step by step process, stage by stage. So this is our organization production ADO, and open this. I have already copy pasted the pom.xml file here, so I will pin everything in our GitHub repository. You also do the same, understand? So the very first step what I'll do is I'll just log into my AWS console, and also I'll log into my um, Azure console, and I will turn on my virtual machine, which is our agent. Yesterday we have configured agent, and then we have installed so many things, right? So let's turn on that virtual machine first, and then also on the EC2 part we are going to turn on the EC2 instance, because in the EC2 instance we have Maven, JFrog, and then SonarQube running in it. So let's open it. This is my agent, which is production Azure DevOps. Select it and click on start. So it's going to take some time. Let it come back. Just go back to the AWS. This is my EC2 instance, which is production Azure DevOps. Select instance state and start the instance, guys. So once this has been started, the very most important step what you are supposed to do is you are supposed to select the public IP of the instance and make sure that you are changing the IP at records. Which records? Route 53 records. Because we are accessing our SonarQube, and then we are accessing our JFrog with this domain name itself only, right? So if you're not pasting the IP, then it's not going to access it. We have stopped the instance, right? Now we have started the instance, so the IP might gonna change. Select it, select instance, copy the public IP. This is, here it is, jfrog.cloudvishwakarma.in, edit records. Just remove this IP and paste your new IP. Save it. Select the SonarQube also, edit records, remove this, paste it, save it. Just cross check whether if it is, oh, it is different. See, so these small mistakes let's not do. It's 215.254. 215.254. First one is wrong. Paste it. save it, done. This part is done, so we don't need to come back here again. So I will just close this tab. Meanwhile, open Azure DevOps, and this is my organization, which is Production Spring Boot Pet App Clinic. And here, come to the repos. Make sure that you're selecting clone and copy the HTTPS, guys, and open one PowerShell or Git Bash or whatever you wanted to open. You can open. I'm using PowerShell here, so I will just clone this app to my local. It will be easy for me to do and do the editings and then version controlling. So I will just enter git clone, just paste it, enter cd production app. Great. I will just enter code dot. Meanwhile, on the other hand, I will also open one separate tab. This is a test code actually. Don't worry, whatever you're watching on the screen, everything I'm going to upload on the GitHub itself. If you do not find, or if you're thinking that something is missing, please do let me know. Then I'm going to upload the rest, whatever you need. So I will open terminal here, and then I will enter code dot. Great. Let it come. Once that part is done, see, we do have our production environment here, production environment code here, and then we do have our test environment code here. So we are going to implement stage by stage, guys. Still here, whatever you are watching, we have covered in the yesterday's session already. This was a very very basic pipeline, and here this is SonarQube stage. We are going to implement this today, and then we are going to implement JFrog, copying to the Azure Blob Storage S3, and then using this JUnit, we are going to scan our container, not container, sorry, image. Uh, Using Trivy, we are going to scan our image, and then we are going to prepare a one Docker file where we are going to embed the artifact in it. All right. So let's select the SonarQube stage here. Once the cloning has been done, make sure that your Git checkout development branch. Why am I checking out to the development branch? If you watch the code here carefully in the yesterday's session, we kept a condition here, correct? See, include only development, UAT, production, which means if you are doing changes to the development environment, UAT environment, or production environment, then only it's going to trigger the pipeline automatically. If you are doing any changes on master, future, or readme, it's not going to happen because we are excluding it here. All right, so let's copy everything, not this one, sorry. Come back to your test code, just copy all the SonarQube code, come back to the production environment, and then paste it, guys. pom.xml I have already pasted here, so I'm not just explaining anything now, but if there is anything to explain on the pom.xml, definitely I will explain. Open your Azure DevOps pipeline. Let's go step by step. Till here we know already, there is nothing to explain here again. If you scroll down, see the stage here with SonarQube. On what condition we are running this case? Only on the development is true. What was the pool? Linux agent pool, guys. There is an indentation error here, I think. Let's see. No, everything is fine. Stages, under stages, stage is there. Under stage, jobs were there. Under jobs, job was there. Okay, good. No issues. Here also it is same. Nothing to worry. Save it and name Linux agent pool. Come back and check whether your agent pool is correct or not. Come to the project settings, select agent pools. See, my agent pool name is Linux agent pool, which is perfect. And on demands means, I told you already, there is something called capabilities here. If you select your agent pool and if you select the agents, see, you can see the capabilities here. On demand on demand if my jdk is equals to 17, then only you run, or else you don't run. So what were the job here we are doing? Running SAS with SonarQube. SAS means static analysis security testing. So timeout 10 minutes we are giving. Here we need to follow the steps very carefully. SonarQube user token need to be generated and used in the service connection. All right, we have installed some yesterday's session we have installed some extensions, correct, in marketplace. So today we are going to log into the SonarQube, and first we are going to generate one token, and with the help of the token, we are going to create one service connection on the Azure DevOps. Why we are doing this step is, see, our JFrog and then our Maven, our SonarQube was in EC2 instance, correct? So we are working from the Azure DevOps pipelines, and it is tough for Azure DevOps to communicate with the AWS EC2 instances. So for that, we are creating some authentication between them. All right. So let's come back here. I'll open one private browser and I will log into the SonarQube and then JFrog. So I will just enter JFrog cloud.sugarma.in. It's gonna open, and I'll also open sonarcube.cloud.sugarma.in colon 9000. It's going to open. Guys, if you are facing any kind of issues with the SonarQube, just let me know. I will give you the workaround. JFrog, select admin. You know the password already. India at the rate 12345. Yesterday we have created the same password. SonarQube login, admin, done. Login. I have already do have the SonarQube token, but I request you to create one token, guys. I will tell you how to create the token. See, this is my token. I just created before coming to the session, but I will guide you how you can create the token. Come to the accounts here and then select my account and then select securities. Here you can give the token name, select the token as user token, guys, not the one which we have created when configuring the SonarQube. That token was not required. You just create a user token, because we are accessing the SonarQube as a user from where, from Azure DevOps pipeline. Got it? So select user token and select no expiration. I selected no expiration. If you wanted to select 90 days or one year, you can select and click on generate. So once that part is done, come back to the administration, select security, go to the global permissions, guys. Just go to the global permissions, select users, and make sure that you're allowing all the execution analysis. If you're not selecting this, when pipeline is gonna running, it's not gonna send the analysis results to the SonarQube. So just make sure that you're following this. Understand? So whatever step was there here, it was cleared, the first step here. And next, what, using the token, we need to create one service connection. All right, just come back here, and where is my Azure DevOps? Here is my Azure DevOps. Scroll down, or else just come back to the production ADO. Here, go to the organization settings, scroll down, you're going to see something called service connections. Not here, I'm sorry. Just go to your repo. Here it is, project settings. Scroll down, you're going to see something called service connections. Here, create service connections, select Sonar server. If you remember, we have already installed this extension in the yesterday's video. Just click on next. What was my SonarQube URL? I'll just come back here and I will paste this, copy, and come back here. Make sure that you're doing the necessary changes, guys. Just remove this is not required. And http colon double slash sonarcube.cloud.vishwakarma.in. And what was my token? Make sure that you're entering the token properly without any spaces, else you will face some issues. Copy this token and then I'll paste the token here. Good. What was the service connection name? My service connection name is Sonar Test Token. Just copy it carefully and then paste it here. Paste it. Sonar man, this is optional, and description also I'll give the same, Sonar test token. And I'm going to select this grant access permission to all the pipelines and then save it, guys. Great. Now we did some changes in our Azure DevOps pipeline. Let's come back here and enter git status. See, we do have one change. So now I'm going to enter git add dot git commit -m. I'll add the message as add sonar stage, and then git push origin not master development. You need to push it to the development branch, guys, because we have excluded the master branch here. If you watch the code carefully, see, You have excluded these three branches. We are only including this development, UAT, and then production environments only. All right, so let's push it. Once after you are pushing, what happened? Git add, see add, I didn't give it properly. Git add dot git commit hyphen m, enter. Now it's going to push it to the repository. Just go back here and check on your pipeline. Automatically it's going to trigger the pipeline. Open, see a pipeline has been started here. Let's wait for it to complete. Let's observe what it is doing stage by stage. Once this SonarQube part is done, then we shall move on to the next step. It's running the SonarQube stage now. Scroll down, see it is building and it's going to download all the necessary packages, whatever you have mentioned in the pom.xml. Running SonarQube Maven analysis. So once this part is done, then it's going to automatically write all the analysis results to our SonarQube, guys. See, if you are watching here in the results, it's in the green color. See, test run 2. Those were all test cases actually. If you come back here, now I believe we are going to get one error. Let it come. I know how to resolve that. If you come back to the test, see, all these were test cases itself only. You know where the error is going to come? In the very first day, if you remember, we did some modifications and then we pushed and we watched the changes. Correct? Where we did the changes, if you select resources, and then templates, and then error.html, see here something happened, three dots, and in the welcome file, okay, it is same. We have did some modifications here actually. If you are facing any error here, just try to keep these lines as it is, because in the test cases, whatever is there by default, the test case will also be in the same way. If it is mismatching, then the test cases is going to fail and it's going to mention that, like, whatever you have mentioned, it is not there, so I'm failing. So when running the SonarQube stage, also make sure that you are changing these lines accordingly, whatever I'm showing right now. In the first session we have changed these lines actually. All right, so just go back and see what was the result. Okay, see, it got failed. Select it. Let's see what it's showing. It says failed to execute goal, not authorized. Please check the user token in the property sonar.token, or credentials in the properties sonar.login and sonar.password. Okay, what we shall do now is, I do already have my testing environment. I will open and I'll see if I passed any variables, so that it will be easy for us to do the same in the production also. See, even in the real time, if you're working on the development environment, or if you're working in the pre-prod or pre-live environment, make sure that you're opening the other environment in the different tab and you can take the reference, guys. There is no harm in it. but don't just copy paste, just take the references. So this is my pipeline, my petamp, and then if I select this code, no, not this one, just come back one step, select edit here, see the libraries, see I have added one variable here, SonarQube variables. So select this variables and see what were the variables I've added. SonarQube host URL, copy this, come back to your production environment and do the same changes, guys. I'm going to open the pipeline here. I'll just select the error, select edit. You can also see the library tab here, select library, create variable group, and I'll name this variable group as SonarQube and add the variables. This is my SonarQube host URL. What was the host URL I've given? Copy this and paste it here. http://sonarcube. Okay. Also change the variable group name as it is. Paste it. Add it. What was the next one? SonarQube.token. Copy, but make sure that you're changing the token. The token is supposed to be this. Copy this. There were no spaces, right? No. And then paste it. Mark this as secret. Change variable type as secret. See, select it and it's going to hide. Alright, once this is done, just make sure that you're selecting save. Meanwhile, so let's check on the test environment first. Azure pipeline. Let's do one thing, guys. Let's do one thing. We are skipping the Maven test here because this is sonar analysis. Maven is not required. I'll do something. I will just copy the code from here. Just copy it and come back here and remove everything. Paste it. Save. Development. It's not prod agent pool. It's Linux agent pool. JDK equals to 7. Terraform. JDK equal to 7. Terraform. Yes. It's not Azure DevOps testing environment. Just go back to your production environment again. This is my production environment, and if I come back to the agents, project settings, agent pools, issues were common, guys. Don't get confused. It's okay. Let it come. Prod ADO. This is the one, and Control H, Control V. This is agent pool name and this is the agent name. I will comment this out, and these are the global variables. Is prod dev and then is dev development. We have already discussed that yesterday. Scroll down, SaaS with SonarQube. We have already did the changes for the service connection and then generating the user token. Changed the app name to this. All right. Okay, this looks good. See, I'm skipping the tests here. Let's test this. Enter. It's going to trigger the job again. Just select pipelines. We got an issue again initially itself only. The pipeline is not valid. Could not find a pool name with prod agent pool. I'm sorry. What was the agent name? Our agent name is, it's Linux agent pool. Sorry, not prod agent pool. Here it is. Control H. Replace all. Save it. Push the changes again. Come back here and select the pipelines. Okay, it's running now. Let's see how it behaves. Check the agent. Again it got failed. Oh my god, this is playing with us. We got a new error to use property sonar branch name. Yeah, I know this error. See, for example, I will tell you. If you come to the main code, what were the trigger branches here? Development, uat, and then production, correct? But we are avoiding the master branch and then other branches. So in such case, what you're supposed to do is you have to change the development branch as a default branch. Come to the repos. So under repos, you can see something called branches here. Select branches and select the development branches default branch. Okay, it's not the master branch as the default branch. New view where it is. Yeah, select as development as default branch. Okay. Now come back here to the pipeline again, or else I will trigger the job from the CLI. I mean from the PowerShell with an empty commit. Hyphen hyphen allow hyphen empty. It's going to push the job again. Now it's going to succeed. I'm 100% sure it's going to succeed. Where it is? Here it is. The job. Check the agent. Yeah. Let's wait for it. If you watch here, the SonarQube job is also successful. Fantastic. If you go back to your private servers, I mean private window, here if you refresh, you should be able to see your SonarQube analysis report. Come back to the projects. See here, this is the report. Azure DevOps Spring Boot app development. Okay, it is working as expected for the Sonar. So what was the next stage, guys? In next stage, we do have, see here, JFrog. Now I wanted to copy my artifact to the JFrog repository, which is remote repository. All right. So first I'll just copy the code and then come back here. This is production working code, guys. So make sure that you are not passing it to anyone. Whenever you are pasting, just select this. There is an indentation mistake. Press Ctrl plus Alt, give down arrow key and just give one tab, because the indentation should be perfect. See, understays, here also it is understays. Give escape and control save. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we are going to build with Java, and we are going to build this Java code and copying the artifact to the JFrog. The important thing in this stage is we need settings.xml, guys. In the yesterday's session, when configuring this JFrog, we have created one settings.xml. If you remember, in that settings.xml, we have mentioned at to what URL it's going to push the repository. I mean, push the artifact. Yeah, great. Correct. But the problem with this settings.xml is it is containing some passwords. See here, it is containing some admin and then it is containing some password. Yesterday I wantedly didn't give the token here just to show you something here. Now in Azure DevOps we do have something called secure files. All right, so just come back to the Azure DevOps, go to the pipeline. Here is my pipeline, and pipeline, select this, click on edit. Left side you can able to see the libraries. Here you will be seeing something called secure files, guys. Select the secure file, browse, and make sure that you're selecting the settings.xml, because I don't want to expose my settings.xml because it contains some sensitive information. Why am I adding the settings.xml here? Because inside the settings.xml I am telling it to where to push that artifact. Now once this is done, if I come back to the artifacts here, it should be pushing the artifact to this remote repository under this release organizations frameworks sample spring backline. This was yesterday, if you remember, we have generated this. Now a new folder will be created with the name of this development Azure DevOps. This is with this name, see, ADO spring boot app development, and then it's going to copy the artifact into this directory itself. So that's my task. I wanted to achieve that. All right, so what exactly we are doing here, just come back here and make sure that you're copying the JFrog code first. Just copy each and everything, control C, come back to your production code. Did we paste it already? Building Java code with Maven JFrog. Yeah, this is the one. On condition, what was the condition here? Only if the development. What was my pool name? Linux agent pool. On demands, only if the Terraform is equals to yes. This is that compatibilities. Oh, sorry, capabilities. And under jobs, under job, there is something called building Java code. Timeout 5 minutes. Script. These are the common commands. Guys, ls-al and then present working directory. I am removing this settings.xml from this .m2 directory. .m2 directory is what? Once after the building has been completed, a target directory will be created, that is .m2. So from there I'm removing the settings.xml because we have already uploaded this settings.xml in our secure files. Next, what? Display. List the files in current working directory and input secure file. The C secure file we have already attached the settings.xml, so it's going to collect the information from this line itself, I mean this file itself. All right, so select folder agent dot. Here we need to do one small change. Home admin side, this is the target directory, and Maven version, we are setting up the version here. Whenever a new build has been created, a unique build id will be created here. So along with that I'm going to get my version, for example 2.0.1, 2.0.2, 2.0.3. Again and again, no matter how many builds we are running, the number is going to change. We need some different number. And this Maven clean, we already know this, it's going to clean the current directory, because again and again if we do have the jar files, so there will be a lot of jar files and it is consuming so much of space. So I'm just cleaning this um, what should I say, this directory, and running Maven build and installing. Here I'm copying this artifact to one location, guys. Watch carefully here. That location is artifact. How I'm copying? From admin side, my agent. When we are configuring the agent, we do got this my agent location. I'm going to log in now and I'll show you. Underscore work 1s, from this directory a unique jar file is going to create. All right, so I'm going to copy that jar file to where? I'm going to copy that jar file to the slash artifacts. So let's come back to your Azure. Select your virtual machine public IP address. So this is my public IP address. I will open putty here and I will create one file. Not file, I will create one directory called artifacts. So the username is admins I at the rate, paste the IP address and simply click on open. Change settings, appearance, change, bold 14, I'll keep 16, colors, modify, yellow I'll give, apply. No need of sudo again here. mkdir slash artifacts. Oh, before creating this, I guess we need to give some user permissions, I believe. Let's do like this. Instead of mkdir, let's give sudo mkdir artifacts. Okay, artifacts artifacts, and also sudo will change the ownership. admin sci colon admin sci. This is my username. I'm going to give you the permissions to the artifacts directory. Admin admin sci admin sci. Okay, enter. So this user admin sci does have the access for this artifacts directory. All right. So let's come back to your PowerShell again. Just run git status. Enter. No need of empty push. Just remove this. Git commit -m. Add JFrog and Maven. Enter. All right. Select your pipeline. So once this is done, we shall come back to the JFrog, and if we refresh here, we should be able to see the artifacts. So let's wait for it to complete. Also, let's log into the putty and let's run watch cd slash artifacts watch ls-al. An artifact supposed to be created here, and also let's watch the job. So why it is taking so much of time? Post job checkout. Okay, here now it's going to ask for one permit, guys. Make sure that you're allowing it, because we have added one security file, right? So once after you're giving the permit only, then it's going to run the job. Until and unless you accept the permit, then it's not going to run the job. Let's wait for it to pop up that message. I don't know why it is taking so much of time. Building Java code. It should ask one question whether to permit or not. If we get that, then I can permit, and then the job is gonna run. See, it is asking. The pipeline needs permission to access a resource before this run can continue. Just select view and allow permit. I am allowing the permit. Now it's going to run the job. because it's setting.xml, right? There is some sensitive information inside. Until and unless you give the go, it's not gonna run. Building Java. Once this is completed, we will also open one tab here. It's going to show us. See, if you watch carefully here, it is saying root 20.jar has been copied here to the artifact location. I will just give Control C, ls-l. Look, guys, root 20.jar, and also here everything got passed, right? Okay, the job was successful. The job was successful here. If you go back to the private window and if you refresh once, here the artifact supposed to be stored. So in real time, no one is going to ask you to create the project, guys, because project is going to done by development team, operations team, admin team, DevOps team, testing team, all these together. You're going to do a task, a lot of tasks. See, for example, if you take this task, this might going to go for 2 sprints or 1 sprint. So see here, Azure DevOps Spring Boot Dev, and then the version is 2.0.20. Here, if you go inside, you can find the jar file artifact. Here it is. Got it. Our second stage was also successful. What was the next stage? We do have one stage called copy to Azure blob storage. Yes, I wanted to store my artifact in the Azure blob storage also. First, let's add the code. Just come back to the Azure pipeline, scroll down, and let's add the job here. Paste it. This is stage. So select Control Alt and then down arrow. Just give tab. Control save. So what was the job here? Copy files to the Azure blob storage, task Azure CLI, and this is my subscription name, Kiran SecOps subscription, and this is my storage account name, Kiran SecOps. All right, so first what we shall do is let's go and create one storage account on the Azure. This is my Azure account. I'll come back to the home. Just enter storage account here, or else you can also select from here. I guess I do already have, see, storage accounts. Sai Kiran SecOps was already there. So what I'll do is I'll just create one more with a different name, not with the same name. I will take production resource group, Azure DevOps, and storage account name, Sai Kiran SecOps prod. I will take this. If you're taking the name, then you should also mention the same here, guys. Sai Kiran subscription, and then account name, you have to mention the same here. Sai Kiran prod. Hyphen storage, hyphen echoed hyphen key. So we need to give the same value. I will tell you where we need to give the same value. But before that, if you remember in AWS, once after creating the storage account, I mean bucket, we are going to create. Okay, so prod and then come down, select. I will select DevSecOps agent itself only. Let it take. So Cycron SecOps prod region US East primary service standard is enough. Geo redundancy is not required. Local is enough. And scroll down. Just simply click on review and create, guys. So once this has been created, we need to create a folder, but here that folder we are going to call it as container. Don't get confused. We're just going to create one container. That's all, not more than that. So let's wait for it to complete. It's going to take some time. Okay, this has been created. Go to the storage account and just enter containers here. See containers, select container here. I'm going to create a name called artifacts. All right, and then simply click on create. That's all. So inside this folder called artifacts, our jar file is going to create. So that's why we have created one container here. So once this is done, you also need to create one service principal, guys. So where you need to create, go to the Azure DevOps again. So here is my Azure DevOps, and come back here, production ADO, organization settings, scroll down. I'm sorry, not here, production. Go to your projects, project settings, service connections, new service connections, select Azure Resource Manager, select next. Just select, give your credentials and all, sign in. Okay, subscription, pay as you go. I'm going to select my, this is the agent we have created, so select the same agent, DevSecOps agent. Service connection name, come back here. What was the service connection name we have given? We have given Cycron SecOps subscription. Just copy that service connection name and paste it here. I'll also paste the same here in the description. Make sure that you're not giving any spaces or any additional characters. Okay, good. Grant access. And simply click on save. So once this has been done, just come back to the pipelines again. We need to enter the storage key in the variables we are going to enter, not here. Select your pipeline, select edit and select variables, new variables. Here give your storage account key. What was the variable name here? See, here it is, storage account key. Copy this and paste it here. Keep this value as a secret. Come back to the bucket, not bucket, sorry, come back to the storage account. You just created one storage account, right? Select the storage account. This is the one, Cycron SecOps prod, and just enter access here. ACCSS. This is the one, access keys. See, just show and then copy the key here and go back to your Azure DevOps. Where it is? Here it is, I think. Yeah, here it is. And paste the key here properly. Alright. Just check whether if it is pasted correctly or not. Okay, it's pasted correctly. And click on OK, guys. Save it. That's all. Come back here. Git status. Add Azure blob. Enter. It's going to trigger the job again. Pipelines. Okay. I believe this is gonna fail. If it is failing, then what we shall do is we can come back to the pipelines and go to the project settings and again go to the service connections, select SecOps, this is the one resource manager, and then instead of we can delete this. We don't have option to edit. So instead of recommended, we are having some self agents, right? So these are not Microsoft agents, so we need to select that managed agents and then we need to give the following keys accordingly. But we'll see how it works. If it is working, then it is fine. If not, then we can change it. Building the code with Java. Scroll down. So building code with, where is the fourth job? We didn't add the code in the pipeline. Copy artifact to the Azure blob storage. We have copied here, right? Git status. Mhm. So once after the approval, it's going to ask, I think. Job is being returned as of 3. What? Where is the? You haven't saved or what? Control S. Git status. Everything is good. Come to the pipelines. It is still running. Okay. No worries. Yeah, fourth job is also there. Copying the artifacts. Good, good. Initializing the job. Azure upload artifacts. Let's say. Hopefully, we should not get any kind of issues, please. Azure Cloud user bin. Tenant ID. Okay. Tenant ID is taking. Subscription ID is taking. Start detect Docker container. Oh, it worked. Super. Actually, it got failed when I'm testing. Great. If you come back to the SecOps, this is the bucket, right? I mean, this is the storage account. Just close this. This is the storage account, and I'll just go to the containers. Con. Just go to the containers, and my container name is artifacts. Inside the artifact C, I do got the root21.zar. Artifact is successfully copying it to my blob storage also, guys. Now one more step we need to implement. The other step is we need to copy the same artifact to the S3 bucket. Just copy this S3 bucket and come back here and then paste it. This is not a stage, okay? This is a job. Under the jobs it should come. See, under this it should come. This is job, not a stage. Select. So 1, 2. Yep, here it is. Under the jobs, save it. Now, just go back to your AWS account. It should copy to the S3 bucket, correct? Just open S3 here. Create one bucket, and the bucket name should be bucket name is S3 upload prod artifacts. All right, copy, come back, create a bucket, give the name as it is in the script, in the file, whatever is there. Just scroll down and then create bucket, guys. So once this has been created, it's not done. Just go to the IAM. We need to give access key and secret key. I will show you how to integrate this S3 bucket to the Azure DevOps pipeline. Just go to the users. I will create a user called ADO S3. Provide user credentials. I want to create auto generated. Scroll down, click next, attach policy. Policy, I'm going to give S3 full access. That is more than enough. S3 full access, next, and then create user. So once the user has been created, just go to the user. This is the user. Just go to the security credentials, create access key, others, scroll down, and then click on next, create access key. I will copy this access key, come back to your Azure DevOps, and this is your service connections. Create one more new service connection, select AWS, paste the access key here, and then also paste the secret key, guys. Once the experiment, I mean once the practicals have been done, please try to delete this access key and secret key. Session token optional, role resume optional, uh, optional, I don't need anything. Service connection name, what service connection name I'm taking here? Sai Kiran secops hyphen s3. All right, I'll take the same name, paste the service connection name here, and then in the description also. I can done. Grant permissions. Click on save. So once this has been created, we did some modifications to the pipeline, right? And git status. Now I'm going to push the S3 changes. Add S3. Enter. Come back here and then open your pipeline. A new job is going to trigger. So once this has been completed, hopefully artifact supposed to be stored under this prod artifacts. So right now it is not there. So guys, once this step was done, the final stage is the main task where we are going to use the artifact, and we are going to build a Docker image, and we will also use Trivy here for scanning purpose. Okay, let it come. Meanwhile, what we shall do is, instead of wasting the time by watching here, we shall create one folder here, guys. We shall create one folder called template, and inside the template we are going to create one file called, I forgot the file name, just hold on. Here it is, junit.tpl. Copy. Inside this template we need this file, and whatever is there here just copy paste. Also along with this I need one Docker file to containerize our entire application. Docker file. So I already do have the Docker file here. I'm not explaining Docker file here, guys, because we already know. uh, we came so far by learning Docker, Kubernetes, everything, and now we are into the DevSecOps. So I'll paste the Docker file here, save it, and also we need one more file. Um, this is the one, Docker YAML. Yeah. Why two files were there? Trivy.yaml and then prod is in, no. This is not the one. I will delete this. I open this. Okay. Okay. Just delete this. This is not required. This is the one we need. Docker build and Trivy scan success only on development stage. Agent pool name is Linux agent, building container image, Docker build -t. This is my Docker username. You can also change your username accordingly. Don't give mine. And these are the Trivy commands to scan the image. Okay, say unit, it's going to take the lower unit. Okay, I will copy this and then come back here. If you do not know what was this exactly doing, I'm not explaining this is because these were the basic things we have already covered during the time of Kubernetes sessions and also AWS and then DevSecOps initial sessions. So that's the reason why I'm not explaining here. If it's again waste of time, it's going to take more than a hour if we keep explaining all these things. But if you wanted to understand what were these lines individually, I request you to please do just copy paste and use any AI tools and ask it to explain. It will explain better than me, better than a human actually. So Docker file, I wanted to select my Azure DevOps pipeline. Yeah, this is the one, and paste the file here. This is stays right. Select Alt Control and then give tab. That's all. Control S, escape. So once this has been completed successfully, then I'm going to run the job. Looks like everything was succeeded. Okay, configure artifacts to Azure DevOps and AWS. One more stage supposed to be there, correct? Why it is not there? Or is it completed? Just refresh this. Yeah, here also see artifact has been successfully copied to our S3 bucket. We have also successfully copied to our Azure Blob storage. Now we do have one last thing for today. We are going to end up this session, guys. After this, tomorrow we are going to cover the rest of the part. So I will just run git commit -m add docker. Okay, it's going to run the job. Let it run. Meanwhile, what we shall do is, here is my pipeline. A new job should trigger, correct? Refresh. Add Trivy. It was failed. Why it was failed? Why? Building. Let's see. What is the issue? Unable to write results. Failed to initialize template. Error reviewing template from path. J. No such file or directory. Oh, wow. This is my lab. See, I'm looking on the my lab environment. This is not the one. I have to look here on the production. Refresh this, and if you go to the pipelines, yeah, here it is. It's running. Okay, let it come. Meanwhile, here is our architectural diagram, guys. So first day we did this, and today we have did this till Docker, converting the image to the image as Docker. So tomorrow we are going to work on this part. We are going to push the image to the private Docker repository, and also I'm going to push the image to the Azure Container Registry. And based on the approvals, I'm going to create 3 servers. One is for staging, another one is for dev, and another one is for production release. Okay, so tomorrow we shall continue the session, guys. Also make sure don't terminate the sessions, please. Just come here and stop the instance, and then just go back to the Azure and then stop the virtual machine. Please don't delete this because we do have so much of work. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow might be the last 2 sessions for the Azure DevOps. So once that part is done, then we'll move on to the Jenkins. Once Jenkins is done, it's a final goodbye for the DevSecOps. After that, I'll start either GCP or I'll start an interview sessions, not sessions, an interview. uh, I'll keep interview perspective in my mind, and then I'm going to prepare some uh, 20 videos on real time questions, and not basic questions like what was that and what was this. Scenario based questions. I'll explain the scenario here. I'll do the scenario practical, and then I'm going to answer your question in a practical way, so that it will be also easy for you to answer to the interviewer. If you come here, Java code, it's still running. Let it run. So let's go and check if it is copying multiple times or only one time. It should copy multiple times. Yeah, here also in the S3 bucket, if you refresh, it should copy multiple times. And refresh here the JFrog artifactory. Library release organization Spring framework sample ADO. See, multiple artifacts have been created. Not artifactory, guys. I'm extremely sorry. It's artifact. Multiple artifacts have been created here. Good, good. And see, another one has been created here. Um, okay, this is the final stage for today. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully, it should not give any kind of errors. It's already 1 a.m. Create Docker images. See, after creating this, don't think that it's going to push the Docker image directly to our Docker Hub, guys, because we are not giving any push mechanism here. We are just creating an image, and then it's going to, the Trivy is going to test it if there were any vulnerabilities or not, and then it's going to give the result whether if it is yes or no. That's all. And from tomorrow, in the next stage, we are going to implement way to push this, as is shown in the figure. See, tomorrow we are going to implement this part. Easily this task you can take for 2 or 3 sprints. If you're good at doing things, then one sprint is enough. If I can complete this one sprint, but I'm not going to tell my manager that it's going to complete in one sprint, I will definitely take 3 sprints. Scroll down. Okay, it was successful, guys. Final job was also successful. Fantastic. Initially, we have the errors, but later on, everything was good. 0% tested. Okay, still it is doing the job. Let's wait. Reports. It should be done, I think. Yeah, it's done. It's done. We have successfully completed, guys. So tomorrow we are going to continue this session. As I said before, just see what I'm going to do. Stop it. That's it. Leave it. Don't worry about the bills and all. Nothing you're going to get. You can pay it. No worries. And come back to the, where is my, I cannot select this tab. Okay, I will go to the virtual machines. Select this. Just stop it. Don't worry. Let bill comes. No issues. That's all. Close everything, and we'll see you in the tomorrow session, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye. Hello all, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran, and today is day 3 in our Azure DevOps series, guys. So in the very first day, if you remember, we have covered Maven, SonarQube, and then preparing our application, right? Spring Boot application. And the next day we have copied the artifact whatever was generated by the Maven. We pushed it to the S3 bucket. We pushed it to the Azure container registry, not Azure container registry, Azure blob storage. And the third one, we have also stored the artifact in the remote repository, which is JFrog, right? This is the second phase, and this is the first phase. And today we have covered this image one also, Docker image one, and we have scanned it with the help of Trivy. And today, guys, this is the final day for application Azure DevOps. And from tomorrow, we are going to watch Azure DevOps with the Terraform, which is completely on infrastructure. Okay, not on Azure infrastructure again, it's completely on the AWS infrastructure itself only. Right? This is not Azure session, guys. This is Azure DevOps. Both were different. Okay, so in today's session, what we shall do is we are going to push that image whatever we have built and scanned yesterday with the Trivy. We are going to push that image to the Docker Hub, and the second thing we are going to push it to the ACR. ACR is Azure Container Registry, just like how we do have something called ECR in AWS. All right. See, all these clouds functionality, everything was same from the backend, but the terminology will be different. All right, so once the image has been pushed to this ACR, which is Azure Container Registry, with the help of this I'm going to deploy one ACI, guys. If you don't want to use this step, you can ignore, but I'm just telling you, in this step, which is ACI is something but Azure Container Instance, guys. What it will do is, you don't need to create or you don't need to configure any kind of instances. What ACA will do is ACA will automatically create one instance by itself only, and then it's going to run based on the image whatever we have pushed in the Azure Container Registry. All right, for the approval gates we are going to use zap here. Again, this is dash testing, guys, not SAS testing. This is dashed, dashed. This will commit last and SAS testing will commit first. SAS will do on code level. Dash will do the testing on application level before the deployment. Alright, so once the approval gives us green, then we are going to create two instances on AWS. One is staging and the other one is production. So once here if it is fine, then automatically the application is going to deploy on the staging environment, and then also it's going to deploy our in the production environment. But we are doing everything from the Azure DevOps pipeline. But how it's going to trigger in the AWS account, we will watch everything step by step in a practical way. Make sure that you're doing the practicals and posting on the LinkedIn. This is one of the real-time tasks, guys. As I said in the yesterday session, you might gonna get for 2 or 3 sprints. All right, so as part of today's session, the very first step, I'll come back to the EC2 instance, and then I will open my Azure account, and then I'll open my Azure DevOps. Just open these three and make sure that you're starting the instances. And also the important step, copy the public IPs to the Route 53. Don't forget that. Come to the virtual machines. Start your agent. This is my agent, prod Azure DevOps. I will just click on start. Come to the projects. This is not my project. My project is this is organization. Actually, this is project. Okay, my organization is production Azure DevOps, and my project is prod spring boot petap. Okay, let's not clone now. First let's start everything and get the things settled, and then I want this production, no, not this one, production ADO. Here my SonarQube, Maven, and then JFrog was running. So select this start instance. I'll mark this as running. Let it come, it's taking time. Meanwhile, just come back here to the repos. This was the previous code itself only, guys. I haven't did any kind of changes. I didn't even open also. So everything will be same. Till where we have did, till docker trivy scan we are supposed to be, yeah, here it is. Trivy, high critical, and then vulnerabilities. Yeah, till Trivy we have did. So let's continue from here. Before continuing, what were the branches we do have? Development is the default. Yes, perfect. Feature and then master. Great. So come back to the repos again. Select clone. Copy it. I will open one PowerShell. CD drive. Git clone. Prod spring boot petap. Code dot. I also want my testing files. I'll also open those testing files. Before that, what was the default branch? Let's check from here. Development only. Great. I will come back to the folder, guys. This is one of the very best error. I'll explain you in the middle of the session. I will open my D drive. In D drive testing. In testing, I want this code. This is the complete code till production. Here it is. Open in terminal. Just give code dot. I will close this. So I'm taking this as a reference. Every day we are taking this as a reference. So please don't get confused. So yesterday till Docker file, till here we have did. All right. And today, the very first step, we are going to do this. Build an image push to Azure ACR and Docker Hub. I'll just deploy to ACI, deploy to staging environment, and production. Okay, good. For production we don't need to validate this, because however it's validating in the staging, so we don't need all this code. I believe zap testing also is not required. We can add only this stage. That is more than enough. But something is missing here. Where is Docker has been commented, I think. Let me open my test environment. Hmm. My petap repos Azure pipeline. This is not production, guys. This is testing. Building. Copying artifacts to AWS. Okay. Copying file to S3 bucket. Yeah, I commented it out. Okay, I will copy from here. No worries. We already do have the code. So just copy this. Come back here. I will keep here for reference. Save it. It is job, so it should come under jobs. Keep your pointer here. Control plus Alt. You don't need to do this, guys, because I'm going to upload this in our GitHub repository. So you don't worry about this. I'll take care of it. Great. Okay, so till here we have did yesterday. Now we shall continue from here. But before this, let's go back to the Route 53 and let's enter our IP address just for routing purpose to the SonarQube, and then JFrog. Running prod ADO. Copy this route 53. This is my DNS management. Cloud Vishwakarma is my hosted zone, and I will select JFrog, edit records, replace the IP. Select SonarQube, edit records, replace the IP. Good, done. We don't need this. I'm closing it. All right. So now this is production only, right? Yeah, this is production only. Now let's understand the code. This is my production code, and this is my testing code. Okay. So let's understand what is happening here. So in this stage we are building Docker image, pushing to the Azure container registry, and also we are pushing it to the Docker hub. So on what condition? If my uh, variable is dev, if my variable is equals to dev, then only true. And jobs, what was the job name? Push to the Azure ACR. Depends on, I have removed because Trivy scan was already done, so I'm not touching it again. Condition always timeout 5 minutes, checkout task, and then inline script. See here, docker login hyphen u means user. This is the username, which is DevSecOps ACR test. So now I will create one ACR, guys, which is Azure Container Registry, and I'm going to give the same name as ACR. You also don't do any kind of naming mistakes. All right, just come back here and go to the Azure and enter here Azure Container Registry, or remove Azure. Let's enter Container Registry. See, here it is. Open this. Let's create one ACR. See, create container registry. So this is my subscription, pay as you go. Resource group I already do have, which is DevSecOps agent. I'm going to select the same one, and registry name I will give this, guys. I will copy paste from the code itself, only else you will get confused. DevSecOps user test, ACR test, not user test. Sorry, I'll give the same name. We'll see whether if it's going to take it or not. See, it's testing. It's, yeah, it is taking. DevSecOps ACR test. Fantastic. Location US itself only. And pricing plan standard. Network settings, I don't want any network settings. We already do have the free settings, so we do not have any kind of options to do it. So review and create, and then scroll down, simply click on create. So once this has been created, we need one ID and password, guys, right? Why we need one ID and password? If you come back to the test code here, look what we are doing. We are tagging the image, or else look here, docker login hyphen u. We are logging in with this username, and what was the password? Hyphen p. This is my variable, the password variable for password, ACR password. Now I'm going to show you how this is going to get generated, and then from here it's going to log in. So just come back, go to the resource, just select access keys. Once after selecting access keys, you're going to see one option here, admin user. Just select it. It's going to generate the password. See here, this is my username, DevSecOps ACR test. This is my username, and for the password just select show here. That's it. Copy the password, come back to the pipelines. This is not my pipeline. My pipeline is here. I'll open in a separate tab. Open this prod spring boot tab, select edit, add variables, select plus icon. What was the name? Sorry, this is the key name. Keep it as secret. Paste the secret, and this is not the password. The password is, come back, not password. The username is this. Paste it. Done. And click on OK. Save it. All right, ACR part is done. Now what is next here? The next one is Docker. We are also going to push the image to the Docker, right? So for Docker, we are not going to do from here. We are going to do it from the different place. And also guys, make sure that you're changing your Docker username here. This is my Docker username, Kiran 23619993. You also please change your Docker username. See, here is my Docker account. If you do not have the Docker Hub account, just create one. This is pretty straightforward. You have to give your email ID, and then, or else you can sign up with the Google, and then it's going to log in. See, this is my username. So I have to call the Docker credentials as a service principal. So just go to the project settings, scroll down, service connections, and click on new service connections. Yesterday we have already configured all these. New service connections, I'm going to enter Docker Hub. Ours is not Docker host, ours is Docker registry. Next, here you are going to get options, select Docker Hub. So what was my Docker ID? My Docker ID is Kiran 2361993, and my password, you don't need to give the token here, you can give the password directly. Email is optional. Service connection name, I will go back to the code again. Where is my service connection name? Here it is. Copy the service connection name carefully, copy it, come back here, paste it. Check any spaces were there. No space was there. Description, grant access permission to the all pipelines. Here, before saving it, just click on verify. It's going to see whether the credentials and then username is matching or not. It's matching. Scroll down and then verify and save. Done guys, on the ACR side and also on the uh, Docker side, we have did it everything well. Now let's copy the code and then we'll push the changes to the development branch. So this is my entire code. Just give Control A, Control C. Come back here. This is my production code. I will add this at last. Scroll down. Control B. Once after adding, make sure that you're following the proper indentation. From here it is. Just give one tab. That's all. It stays right. It should come exactly under this. Stays. All right. Looks good. Just give Control S. No issues, right? Just cross check again. Docker login is here. Docker tag. So the image is going to tag with this username and then tag name, and whatever build ID will be there, it's going to generate here. And .io slash we are logging in from here, and Docker push. Okay, good. It's good. And then from the Docker DevSecOps, this is the connection name. Docker tag, and then this is the tag name. Docker push. Docker push. Okay, yeah, same, right? Okay, same. Display name, pushing the Docker image to the Docker Hub. Fantastic. Now let's see if there were any changes. Git status. Cross check whether we are on the right branch or not. Development only. Git add dot git commit -m add Docker stays git push origin, enter. Let's go back here. Pipeline should trigger immediately. I will watch my pipeline. I will do all the changes on this tab and I'll watch the pipeline on this tab. Add Docker stays. Okay. This is my production code. Let it come. It's going to take some time. Meanwhile, I'm going to show you one error, guys. Make sure that you are following accordingly and doing the changes whatever I'm showing now, because it has been taken so much of time for me. Morning 7 o'clock I sat, and then it went up to night 12 or something. The issue was very small. See, where is the error? Here it is. Downloads. Once after the stage, whatever is running now, once after this stage, there is something called ACR. See here, this is the ACR, and here if you come to the repositories, here one image is going to generate this along with the build number like colon 80 or 81 or 82, 83. All right, and when I'm trying to access after this, we are going to deploy it to the ACI actually. See, I told you, right? This is ACI. I'm just explaining it normally just to watching this by wasting time, so you don't worry. There is something called ACI here. See, this is the one ACI. So once after this image has been done, I'm going to deploy one instance with the help of this image. I'm deploying with the exact image whatever it is showing me on this repository, and still it is not deploying. It is saying some error. And then since morning I was troubleshooting, and then I couldn't know where I'm doing mistake, because we came almost we are about to complete this project 80%. And then again, if there is an issue with the Docker, I have to go back and check what exactly and where exactly the issue was. And I'll show you these logs. See, I have entered Docker and manually I'm checking. I just logged into the agent, which is our virtual machine agent, Azure agent, and then I was running Docker commands, Docker run -p, host port, and then container port. This is my image name, colon 80, and it says unable to find image locally, error respond daemon, and I'm getting this error. Again, I'm trying to log into the ACR, whatever account we have created. I'm creating whatever again. So again I tried to log into the ACR, whatever we have created. I directly logged in, and here also it is saying authorization token issue. Likewise, all the troubleshooting was done, and if you watch down, see, after entering the authentication passwords and everything, I got one error here. Look here it is. Error, linkage error occurred while loading main class org.spring framework dot boot dot loader. In the very first class I told you, we are not going to send the code directly live. With the help of Maven, we are going to compile it, right? We are going to compile it, and then it's going to turn to the class, and then it's going to validate, and then we are going to package it, deploy it, right? And then artifact is going to generate. See here, that's what it is saying. Class, and this is the class, has been compiled by, watch carefully, by a more recent versions of the Java runtime. And then I got doubt. Immediately I ran Java hyphen version. It is showing 17.0.13. But in yesterday's session, look what we did. This is our production code, right? Just have a look at the Docker version. Not sorry, Java version. It is 11. So you also make sure to change this into 17. Just because of this one mistake, your whole day is gonna ruin. So don't forget to change this to 17. If you're if you're practicing, do it initially itself only, no worries. So let's come back here. Now just now we changed it to 17. We have saved it already, and after this we are going to do changes on the ACI part. Now the image is generating, right? When we are going to do the changes on the ACI part, and then again this version whatever is there, JDK 17 is going to take accordingly. All right, so let's see the status. What is happening? It said building Java with Maven. Let's wait for it to complete, guys. There is an issue, add Docker stash. What was the issue? Come to the pipeline. Building Java code. The job running on the agent prod ADO ran longer than maximum of 5 minutes for more than information. Cancel. The next steps may contain expected logs. Bash exited with null. Mhm. Maybe this is a timeout error. No worries if it's a timeout error. See the Microsoft forward link. System pre-steps YAML. See, it says build was successful and error exit with code null. The operation was cancelled. What was this? Uploaded to central JFrog. Downloaded from central JFrog. Mhm. The job running on the agent prod ADO ran longer than the maximum time of 5 minutes. For more information, Microsoft FW link. Is it Linux? Any problem with our agent? Just come back, go to the project settings, agent pools, Linux agent, agents, it's online only. The operations will be cancelled. The next steps may contain expected logs. Building Java code with Mava copy to chip. Longer than maximum time of 5 minutes. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's change the timing here. Let's give 10 instead of 5. Checking agent where it is failing. It's failing at run the Maven deploy, and then yes, run the Maven deploy. Run the Maven deploy. Here it is. Well, artifacts copy files to yeah, here it is. Job is 5 minutes, right? Let's go 15 minutes. We'll see how it behaves. Just do the changes again. Oh, sorry. This is git status. Let's wait for it to complete. Okay, see, now the timeout error has been removed. Artifacts for publishing, checkout post. Okay, okay, it's checking out. Now it's going to come here. The files we're gonna copy it to the blob storage and then to the S3 bucket, and then it's going to scan and build one create one Docker image. After scanning and creation, we are going to push it to the SCR. See, whenever you get an error, don't just copy paste and post it in the GPT, guys. No, that's not. Don't do that. Just try to read it and understand. Try to habitate pasting it in the Google also, because in real time you are not going to have the Chat GPT access directly, and your systems will be monitoring from the backend. There are some security operations team, and also some important components will be their PCI components. On for such reasons, they are not going to give you a direct ChatGPT access, but you should be able to understand the error, what exactly it is, and then you can use any online references for debugging, but you cannot copy paste the code directly. All right, so now it is copying it to the S3 bucket. Let's go and see whether it has been copied in the S3 bucket and then storage account or not. It should be copied already, but still just cross checking. Here also I will use S3. This is the one. Containers. See here, artifacts. It's copied. 25. This is the recent one. 17326 p.m. Good. I will close this. Let's go to the S3 buckets. The Cycle and SecOps. This is the one. Prod artifacts. 25. Here it is. Here also 25. It was copied. Good. Now what was the next stage here? Building. If you wanted to see the results of this building, um, come to the pipelines here. You can watch. No, here one option will be there. uh, Pipelines runs. Actually that. Oh my god, there is an error. Creating and pushing unauthorized message. Why? What happened when it is pushing unauthorized? See the error here. Using hyphen password. Error response from daemon get https colon register now. Unauthorized incorrect username or password. what mistake we did. This is my, where is my ACR container registry, DevSecOps ACR, access keys. We did a blunder mistake, guys. See, come back to the code. Uh, DevSecOps ACR test -p. This is the password variable, ACR password. But if you go to the pipeline, what we have given, come back to the pipelines, failed pipelines, edit variables. See, we have given the DevSecOps ACR test. This is not the one. This is username. Let's delete this. Delete. No, variables. Create variables. Your variable is, I mean, your password is this. Password is correct only, but the name will be this one, $ACR password, which means it's going to use this variable and then it's going to fetch the password. ACR password. Just remove any spaces. Just click on OK and then save it. Just that is done. Come back here and try to rerun the job again. Go to the pipelines. Rerun failed jobs. Let's see if it's gonna work. It was pushed successfully. Pushed to Azure ACR. Just come back to the ACR. Go to the repositories. Hopefully it should be here. Oh, it's not pushed. It was pushed to Docker Hub. Let's see on the Docker Hub. See, here it is, updated few seconds ago. Image was successfully pushed to the Docker Hub, but for the ACR it is failing. See, here it is. This is the one. It's okay, no worries. I already made some changes, but why it is not pushing, I'm not understanding. I will just refresh this and then I will run the job again, rerun the job. Pipelines, prod, failed one, jobs. ACR password and then password. Okay. Docker login hyphen username DevSecOps ACR test -p dollar. This is the password. First, let's go and create the password. Copy. Come back here. I will delete this. Save it. Again, I will create a new variable. Just see there were no gaps. Okay. Keep the value as secret. Um, Container registry, access keys, username. DevSecOps ACR test -u. DevSecOps ACR test. Okay, username was good. I will take second password now, not first password, and I will paste here. Save it. Okay, it's done now. Along with this, what we shall do is we shall also deploy the ACI, guess, which is Azure Container Registry. Okay, so I will come back here and I will copy the code. Why to waste the time on pushing only the images to the registry? We shall also copy this. ACI Linux season pool demands on JDK 17, and this is my subscription name. Bash inline script. Guys, make sure that you are changing it to your resource group. This should be your resource group name. Okay, hyphen name DevSecOps ADO. The image will be coming in the this account will be created in this way. DevSecOps ADO dollar and then build id hyphen image. Whatever image is going to generate, it's going to use that image along with the build id. It's, I told you, right, you don't need to configure anything. It's going to take the instance, it's going to create the instance automatically. So it's taking 2 CPU and then 4 GB memory, and it's running on port 8080. This is tns, again ado hyphen register hyphen username. Yeah, this is the one, DevSecOps ACR test. What was the registry password there? The registry password was ACR password. Location US hyphen OS type was Linux. Good. Copy this. Let's come back to the production code and let's paste it. So it should create the image and it should automatically create one instance also, container instance. Save it. Prod ADO hyphen name. Okay, good. Let's push this and we'll see the status. Oh my god, why? The container name DevSecOps ADO in the container group DevSecOps ADO. The container name must contain no more than 63 characters, must match the mm, this is my agent one hyphen name. Let's do one thing. Control H. Change it to only DevSecOps, not ADO was not there. And anywhere it is there, I'm just cross checking. See the naming also we have did mistake here, guys. ADO small letters here also small letters, but here in the production, just give Control Z instead of see the build name we have given as ADO as small letters. So let's give small letters. Capital letters it's not accepting. Control H. Just give ADO. That's all. Where it is one. No. This is not good. Change it from here itself only. Control H. 1, 2, 3. I want only capital letter ADO. I will change manually instead of Control D and then T. This is line 10. No, only 2 I want. ADO. That's all. Okay. ADO. Save it. Build image hyphen CPU2 memory ports DevSecOps ADO. Save it. Build ID hyphen registry username password. Okay, good. It's good. So why this failed is here. If you see in the before image, when we are pushing it to the Docker Hub, we have given small ADO letters here. It's taking, and when pushing it to the ACI, not from when deploying the ACI, some naming issues were there, capital letter naming issues. So I have mentioned it as small letters ADO. It's fine, no worries. No. The image, whatever is pushing to the ACR, is in small letters ADO. But here we have mentioned it as capital letter, so that's why it got failed. Okay, now come back and push it again. Guys, I'll just pause the video here because it will be tough for you to watch the whole job. It will take 15 minutes, and I will crop it, and then I will take you directly to the results. All right, so it is running now. So now it is pushing the image to the Docker Hub. So let's go and see how many images have been pushed to the Docker Hub, guys. Just come back here. Docker Hub, yes, here it is. Just have a look. This is the one, DevSecOps ADO, tags. See, all these were images only. We are running builds right continuously, and then see, new images are coming 25, 26, 27, 28. Now another one is running. Hopefully it should complete without any issues. Deploying Docker image to the Azure container instances. All right, good. Mm, Meanwhile, I will close this. I will close this one too, and come back to home. Container instances. See, build number 28 instances. It was deployed, guys. Successful. It was successful. That's why we can able to see it. Where is my pipeline? Yep, done. Finally, good. All green. Yeah, it has been deployed. See, if you come back to your ACI, Azure Container Registry, just refresh here, not registry, Azure Container Instance. See, there is something called FQ domain, full quoted domain name. Copy this, paste it here, colon 8080. 8080 is the port, if you remember, we have discussing. Just enter, you can able to see the application here. If it is not visible here, see, Pet Clinic Spring Boot application. We didn't create any kind of instances or something. We just deployed our image with the help of ACI, and whatever you're watching is running on the Azure Container Instance, guys. All right. So I'll do one more thing here. For example, if you come back to the production code, till here we have completed. Now I'm going to add two more stages. We have already created two infras. One is for staging environment, another one is for production environment, right? So let's go and deploy there first. Come back here to the deployment staging zone. This is the one. I am deploying it to the staging environment. Now just copy this. This is zap testing. As I said before, this is DAST testing. This is gonna do done This is gonna done on application level, not on the code level. This is my production code. Paste it. Just keep your pointer here. Control Alt, scroll down, tab. Done. Save it. Deploying to staging environment. So once this has been deployed, once after entering staging.cloud.vishwakarma.in colon 8080, it should be able to access here. Alright, this record we have already created on the Route 53. So come back to your code, just cross check if everything is good. So there is a space here. Let's clear this space. Save it. Okay. I will push this. Add staging. Enter. Job is going to start here again. Go to the pipelines. Oh, something happened. Issue. We got an issue in the starting stage itself only. The pipeline is not really, could not find pool name called prod agent pool. Okay, this is Linux agent pool, not prod agent pool. Where it is? Copy this. Yeah, here it is. Control H, Control V. Save it. Staging, and then zap testing. Okay, good. Done. Pipelines. Okay, it is started. So if you remember yesterday, we have uploaded one secure file, right? For that, it is asking for the permit. So just select view and then give the permit, guys. It's going to allow now. Okay, guys, if you watch carefully, our job was successful. It has been successfully deployed in the staging environment. So let's go and check whether it has been deployed in the staging environment or not. Just come back to the browser and this is the name. See, I didn't refresh it also, it has automatically redirected. Staging.cloud.in:8080. All right. Likewise, let's go and deploy in the production environment also. But you have to do some small change when you are deploying in the production environment. Understand? Scroll up. This is prod. Testing was already Zap testing was already done in the staging environment, so no need of doing it again. So simply I'll just copy this, deploy to production environment. Yeah, this is the one. Copy and come back here, paste it, save it. So once this is done, you cannot do it directly, guys, because if you watch carefully on the above, I have also written here. Scroll down to the production. We need to change the condition. Where we need to change the condition? We need to change the condition under this stage. Build Java code with JFrog. I will tell you why now. Control F V. Here it is. Now we are going to deploy it in the production environment, right? In production environment, I need the artifact, not in the staging environment or in the development environment. But till now, whatever changes we are doing it on the development branch itself only. Understand? So try to change this to this. I have mentioned it already. Here it is. Out of two environments, it should deploy. So just depends on mark this condition as I will comment this out, save it, paste it. Variable is prod true, variable is dev true. Okay, great. Come back to your CLI. You should not do it here. Just create one more branch. Git checkout -b. Branch name should be production. Is it production only? Just go straight on top. Yes, production only. And then enter git and dot git push origin production. Enter. It's going to push the changes. Where is pipeline? Here is my pipeline. So once this is done, it is also going to deploy in the production environment, guys. All right. 5 minutes. Still the job is not running. Just hold on. Production. So this is my environment. Sorry. Overview, pipelines. It got failed. Let's see why it was failed. Prod isn't pull. Sorry. It is Linux isn't pull. Prod Linux isn't full. Here it is. Environment name is prod here, but we have named the environment name as production. Again, it will fail. So let's do the change now itself only, else it will take so much of time. Come back to the, this is the one, and pipelines, environments. Oh, prod only it is. Okay, good, good. All right, good. Just push it again. Pipelines. Okay. Permission needed. Okay. View and then permit. So guys, this is the end of the deployment pipeline. So from tomorrow we are going to see something on something with Terraform. Okay, Azure DevOps and Terraform, like how we can manage the infrastructure using this Azure DevOps pipelines and then Terraform. So if you're done with this project, make sure that you are posting it on LinkedIn, and make sure that you are documenting it, or like documenting over Medium articles or something somewhere like that. Running jar file. Okay, this looks like this has been successfully deployed. All right, I'll paste 8080. It's going to take some time maybe, and then you're going to get it, guys. So there was an issue. Oh, this is the previous one, not the current one. The pipeline was successful here. That's all, guys. That's the end of this pipeline. I would request you to please do practicals, and also make sure that you are posting it on the LinkedIn. Forget to tell you something. If you wanted to terminate this instances, whatever instances were there, you can terminate it. There is no use of this too, but make sure that you're stopping this production ADO, and then also make sure that you're stopping this instance, whatever this production ADO instance is there. If you wanted to delete, you can delete also. From tomorrow there is no use of it, but still we are going to work on Terraform and then Azure DevOps integrations, and then infrastructure management over these pipelines. See you tomorrow, guys. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. In today's session, we are going to watch a real-time task on the infrastructure handling, guys. All right. So we are going to implement multiple tools here, like Packer, Ansible, and then including Terraform in the Azure DevOps pipeline. Because see, in real time you're not going to do anything manually, you're going to do everything with the help of Terraform itself only, but it will be in the existing pipeline. So you should be able to do the necessary modification to the existing pipeline, and you have to work on it accordingly. So we are going to see the same task today, but before jumping on it, I do already have the architectural diagram here for the today's session. I'll just paste it. Guys, there is a small music is going on from the background. If you are hearing any noise, my sincere apologies. I tried to close all the doors and all the windows, but still I'm able to hear some noise here. So if you're also hearing anything, some noise in the background, please apologize. So this is the architectural picture, guys. So I will explain it step by step. So there are some major tools here. The very first one is HashiCorp Packer. As I said you many times during the AWS session, during the DevSecOps session, and during this Azure DevOps sessions, in real time, we are not going to use the EC2 instances again and again. No, instead, we are going to use one AMI, and then we are going to spread this AMI across multiple environments, okay, using lambda functions actually. All right, so this is step one, and here if you watch carefully, there is something called Terraform. Here, with the help of Terraform, we are going to deploy one application load balancer, and also we are going to deploy one route 53, because we are not going to access our application with the ALB DNS. Instead, we are going to access it with the route 53 itself, and these are my two target groups, guys. All right, and if you watch carefully here, there is another important tool which is Ansible. I am going to create three instances. These three instances I will nominate as Docker Swarm Cluster, and one will be the master node and the other two will be the worker nodes. This is step 7, and once after this cluster is up, we are going to run one application here which is KubeGame. If anyone is part of my Kubernetes series, there we have designed one KubeGame image. I'm going to pull that image here, and also I'm going to pull one FluxDB. Okay, that DB is also part of our Docker series itself only. So I'm going to pull that DB image, and then I'm going to pull one KubeGame application, and I'll make sure that is running on this Docker Swarm cluster. All right, so whenever someone tries to access my application, the very first packet will be hitting to my DNS, which is dash DNS as a service, and it's going to route it to the application load balancer, and for the target groups, and finally to my application which is hosted on the Docker Swarm. Don't think that Docker Swarm is dead. Maybe Docker has stopped the development of the Docker Swarm, but this is also one of the best container orchestration tool, guys. Just because we do have many advantages in Kubernetes, many organizations have been moved to the Kubernetes, but still so much stuff is going on this Docker Swarm itself. If you do have less budget, if your project does have less budget constraints, then Docker Swarm is one of the best option. All right, there were no disadvantages in Docker, but still we do have a lot of advantages on the Kubernetes. That's the reason why everyone is moving out of the Docker Swarm. All right, so let's go and do the practicals. If you're doing this practicals, make sure that you're posting it on the LinkedIn, guys. And also one more thing I wanted to tell you, when you're preparing the resume, don't just copy paste the points from the GPT or from the other resume. Instead, see, before we did some tasks on the Azure DevOps in the last three sessions, take some 1, 2, or 3 points from there, and take some 2 points from here. Tomorrow we are going to discuss about some agile sprint, and then agile boards from the Azure DevOps. So take some 1, 2 points from there, and then build your resume accordingly, and make sure that your resume looks unique out of the copy pasted resumes and all. Understand, in that way your resume might be getting shortlisted. So let's go and do the practicals, guys. So the very first step, what I'll do is, this is my Azure account. This is our virtual machine. If you remember, prod ADO, I'll start this instance. I'll start this virtual machine. So once this has been started, just wait for it. I guess I have already started, but why it is, yeah, it's showing as running. So first start this agent, and just go back to your Azure DevOps portal. This is my Azure DevOps portal, and if you remember, we are working on this organization production ADO. All right, here we can create multiple projects, guys. If you remember, we have created some pet clinic app. I have deleted that project which is not required. We have already in the testing environment, so I deleted that. Now I'm going to run the pipeline on this project which was delete later. The reason why I am saying is, since 3 days I'm doing all the configurations on this delete later project itself only. If I mess up any things again, it's going to give us a lot of errors. So I'm not going to touch the delete later project now, but I'm going to create one separate project here, and I'm going to show you all the configurations whatever is required. All right, just watch it carefully. If you remember, just I'll just go to the old project. If I open this my pet app and if I scroll down, come to the project settings, if you go to the agent pools, I'll be having the agent pools here, guys, if you remember, because we have already configured the agent pools. But in the same way, if I go to the production Azure DevOps and if I create the new project, I will name this project as dummy delete. Okay, and just create one. If I am creating this project, by default I am not going to have the agents. Now how should I bring the agents here? Again, I cannot configure the agents right from the scratch. Even for you also, before coming to the session, if you have deleted this agent, then how you can bring that back is just come back to the project settings, scroll down, go to the agent pools, select add polls, select existing, guys. You also have to do the same, understand, please do follow. Select existing and make sure that you're selecting the agent pool. This is my agent pool in production environment. We have created the same agent pool called Linux agent pool, and select grant access permission to all the pipelines and simply click on create. That's all. Got it? So once this has been done, then come back to the repo. Just go and select, check whether if it is online or not. See, prod ADO. This is the agent. It is online. So once this is done, just open this repos and try to upload the code, whatever is there. I do have the code. I will give you. I'll upload each and everything in the repository itself. You also make sure that you're following this path exactly, yes, because if you are missing anything, trust me, you're going to face hell lot of errors. uh, yeah, this is the one. So I will just open here, open in terminal. I will just push the code to the location, git init initialized, git status. Okay, now I'll enter the command which we have copied. Just remove everything and git add dot git commit hyphen m, git push origin master. Just give enter. Am I git add dot, sorry, git commit hyphen m, git push origin master. So it's going to push the code here. If you come back, if you refresh, you can able to see all the code here. Now let's understand line by line. There are so many files here. As I said before in the introduction, we do have AMI with the packer, we do have route 53 ALBs, and then instances target groups with the help of Terraform, and then Ansible, where we are going to create Docker Swarm cluster. So everything was written here. Let's go and understand. We also do have some important concepts which were part of secret files. So how we are going to upload and how they're going to help our pipeline to push further. We'll try to understand everything. Just come back here and I'll just simply give code dot. Guys, again I'm saying on a soft note, I am not going to run the pipeline on this dummy delete. This is just for reference I'm creating for you. Don't get confused. End of the session when running the pipeline, I'll just come back here, I'll get into this delete later and I'll run the pipeline. Okay, whatever I'm doing on this dummy delete is for your reference only. You have to follow the same. Till now we have created the agent, we have shared the agent from the previous project, and then we uploaded our code to the repository. Now we are understanding the code. If there is any changes, then we are going to do the necessary modifications in the code. Okay, let's ignore about this git ignore. Let's try to start from the main.tf itself only. What was this, guys? Again, we have covered Terraform and all this stuff, and now we came so far to the Azure DevOps. So I'm not gonna explain any kind of basic things here. If you do have any doubts in the code, I request you to copy right away and then paste it in the gpt and learn for it, guys. All right. So AWS access key and secret key, if you wanted to call from here and enter the values in the TFRs, you can do it, but in real time it's not allowed. Either you will be doing it via single sign-on, which is from IAM Identity Center, or you are going to do it from the export values. All right. And the next thing is Terraform S3 backend. I'm going to capture my state file each and every time. So I just created a bucket name called Saikiran S3 bucket 236. Let's go back and check each and everything. Let's not assume it's already there. Let's come back and check it, guys. Here I will enter S3. Okay, this is my S3 bucket. See, Sai S3 bucket 236. And what was the key name here? The key name is Sai 236 and then dot tf state. All right. And what was the region here? US hyphen east hyphen 1. And VPC, default VPC I'm taking, and one internet gateway I'm taking. And total, how many subnets were there? Three subnets: public subnet 1, public subnet 2, public subnet 3. If you don't want to call the subnets like this, you can simply go ahead and call in a call in a functions, like you can use count function or for each function and you can call it. But this was the code I've been using since very long time, so I just added in a random way. All right. And route tables, route table associations, just to make sure that the I'm allowing the traffic properly. And this is security groups, ingress everywhere and then egress also everywhere, which means directly to the internet. I don't want to keep anything private, so I've just given all traffic inbound and outbound rules. So what was next here? EC2. Watch carefully here. I'm not creating any EC2 instances, but using data sources, I'm picking up one AMI. From where? I'm picking up from AMI from this account. This is my AWS account. If you wanted to copy your AWS account number, just copy this and paste it here, guys. And these two, this symbol whatever is there is something called, is part of regex actually during the time of shell script, and also in the Terraform session we have discussed. So it's going to strictly follow the patterns. If I'm giving S as capital letter S, so immediately from this account, this AMI whatever is matching with this pattern, it's going to pick that AMI itself only, right? So how many instances? Three instances I'm taking. And you are supposed to change your key name here, guys. My key name is secops hyphen key. You have to give your key name here, and rest everything you don't need to change. If you wanted to change the tags, or if you wanted to call it in a separate block called local, you can still go ahead and do it. But the only thing what you're supposed to change is key. Make sure in real time you are not going to give any hard values directly in the TF files. You are going to hard code all the values. You are not going to give any kind of AMI IDs or any account numbers like this. Everything will be variabilized and you're going to call it in a separate block, right? And along with that EC2, next what I'm creating one application load balancer and then also one listener. Make sure that you are adding the certificate ARN here, because I don't want to access my application in a HTTP. I wanted to access my application in a HTTPS. All right. So how this certificate ARN is going to come, I'll show you. Just go back to the AWS, just enter ACM, which is Azure, AWS Certificates Manager, Amazon Certificates Manager. Open this. I already do have my certificate here. I'll just copy and then I'll paste it here. Here also same. You don't need to do any changes. You have to just mention your this ARN number. ARN here also same ARN under the listener, and also here. Got it? So if it doesn't know how to create this, just come to the certificates, click on request. You need to mention your domain name here, guys. Just select star dot cloudvishwakarma.in. Cloudvishwakarma.in is my domain name. Star means before that you can keep anything like Sai or www or megastar or superstar. You can keep any subdomain in front. So that's the reason why I'm giving a star itself. DNS validation RS 2048, and then scroll down, just simply click on request. So once after you're clicking on request, you're going to get two values. One is cname. Watch carefully, don't get confused. Cname name and then cname value. You have to copy this cname, go to the route 53, Even in the real time also, you're going to upgrade the SSL certificate in the same way if you are using Amazon certificate. And cloud vishwakarma.in, here just create simple record, simple routing, click on next, define simple record, make sure that you're pasting the cname here and remove the dot and then cloud vishwakarma.in, guys. This front whatever number is there, this is your subdomain, and select cname here, then paste your cname. Where is the cname? Oh, did I closed? Fantastic, very good. ACM, right? Yeah, here it is. See, you will be having one cname value here. Copy this value and then paste it here, and simply click on define simple record, guys. So what exactly you are doing is you are just telling to ACM that you are an authenticate person. This is just a combination cname and then cname value. Once after you are entering this, it's going to take some time and it's going to update the certificate for you. Got it? So I will just close this. Once this part is done, what was the next step here? Route 53. This is my domain name again. It's pretty straightforward, and I'm going to access this cloud vishwakarma.in with a subdomain called my app, which means my app.cloudvishwakarma.in. I'm going to, I told you right, I'm going to create one Docker Swarm cluster, and that cluster will be created with the help of Ansible. And there are two images. I will show you those images also for your reference. I will go to the Docker. So guys, make sure if you are entering this images, don't enter v1 image, because v1 image doesn't have a shell inside. Only v2 image have the shell inside. See, this is the Docker image. See, this image I'm using, and also there is an one more image which is Flux, actually DB database. So these two images I'm going to use in the Docker Swarm cluster. And see, this is the one my DB, and I'm going to access these two images with my app.cloudvishwakarma.in in a secure way. That's the reason why in the before ALB listener I have mentioned the certificate ARN here. Understand? And the most important thing for the today's session, which is Azure Pipelines. Let's try to break this down, guys. But before breaking this down, let me close the stages first, so that it will be easy for us to understand what exactly we are doing. See, these are the 1 2 3 4 5 stages we are doing. Looks like very cute and small, but it has taken 3 4 days for me to resolve the issues and everything, and now we are good to go. Trigger branch include only master, we know this already. Excluding what? Release branch, and then future branching we are excluding. See, this is ignorable, guys. You can ignore for now, because if there is any pipeline from the different project and if you wanted to access it from here, then you're going to follow this strategies. So I'm not going to follow such strategies for now, so I just commented this out. This is not required for me. And pool, this is my pool name, Linux agent pool. And on demands are again nothing but we have discussed many times already for the last 3 days. This is if Terraform value is equals to yes, then only it's going to run, which were capabilities. Or if Java version is equal to 17, JDK is 17, then only it's going to run, else it's not going to run. So coming to the variables, AWS access group, I'm going to create one separate AWS access group variables, and here I'm going to call the access key and secret key. I will show you. I will show you how to do it. All right. So first, packer build, give yes, everything is capital letter. Terraform apply no, Ansible no, destroy no. So now first I wanted to create the packer build itself only. Once this has been created, an AMI will be created. So once AMI will be created, then I'll start applying for Terraform apply and then Ansible. With the help of the EMI, automatically my instance is gonna create it. All right, see, this is the best advantage of using AMI. We can use that AMI image anywhere in this stage and also in this stage. Got it? Now comes to the important step, which were stages. In this stage we were doing, don't just confuse by watching all this code, guys. We were just validating the I mean, we were just validating the build here. Packer validate the build. Scroll down, see the commands here. This was the important stage. Script echo installing Packer. We are installing the plugin. Actually, the major issue where I got is here from the versions itself only. For 1.8.3, Packer is supporting like without plugin, but we have installed when we are configuring the agents in Azure. So we have installed the version of 1.11. So after 1.8, what happened is it's not supporting the plugins directly. We need to install the plugin separately. So there I got a very big issue and it got sorted. So what exactly we are doing here, if you watch carefully, download the secure file. What was the secure file name? packer-vars.json. You might be getting it out why we are doing this, why we are giving this. Until and unless this matches, this job is not going to pass, because this packer-vars.json file contains, I will show you what it contains. No, not this one, sorry. Packer-vars.json. Where it is? Docker Swarm, Packer-vars. Docker service, packer.json. Okay, we'll do one thing, guys. I will create it right now itself only. However, you should also know it, right? So I will just open my GitHub repository. Packer-vars.json file actually contains some sensitive information. I'll upload all the code in our GitHub repository. You guys don't worry. So this is the one I want. I will create packer-vars.json. Save it. So here I'm going to give the access key and then secret key. I already do have the access key and secret key, but I will also tell you how to create it. Just come to the IAM. I will just give you an hierarchy how to create. Come to the users, select create user, and then give the user details, provide user access credentials, click on next and attach one administrator policy, guys. It looks like this. Once after it is done, it looks like this. See, administrator access. So once you got the administrator access, select security credentials, select create access key, select others, and simply click on next and next. It's going to give you two keys. One is access key and then other one is secret access key. All right, so I will close these tabs. So in my case, my access key and secret key were already here. I pasted somewhere in prod packer.json. It's not there. Variable.tf. Okay, I kept in a notepad. I will open that. Once after this session has been done, make sure that you are also deleting the files, guys. See, here is my access key. Copy this and come back to the packer.var.json, paste it, and this is my secret key. Control C, save it, and make sure that you are mentioning the AMI here. How you need to mention the AMI? Just open AWS account, EC2, instance, launch instance, scroll down, Ubuntu, scroll down and select the AMI ID from here. All right, so paste the AMI ID here and take T2 micro. T2 micro is more than enough. Enter the VPC ID, whatever is there in your VPC ID, just enter it. Enter one public subnet ID here, guys. Okay, Don't think that we have entered some credentials here, access key and secret key. Now what if we are running git push and automatically this files is going to push to the git and then it's going to expose? No, it's not going to expose because we have already ignored this. See here, I'm ignoring this packer-vars.json. Even if I push, it's not going to push, guys. All right, so just go back to the pipeline again. Using this sensitive file, I'm going to upload this file at secure file location. That's why it's going to download that file from there and it's going to run this job. Whatever this build job is there, it's going to run the job. Got it? That's how important this secure file is. So once the AMI has been built, then we do have something called Terraform validate here. How the Terraform validate is going to work? Terraform validate is going to work until and unless this backend.json has met the conditions. What exactly is there inside this backend.json? I will show you. I will just open. Mm, yes, this is the one. Copy this. So what was the file name here? Backend.json, right? Just create one file called .json. Just paste it here. What was your bucket name, guys? My bucket name is, if I come back here to the main.tf, my bucket name is this. Copy backend.json, paste it, and key name dot tf state. And what was the region? US-east-1. But before that, we also do have something. Here you have to mention access key, and here you have to mention secret key. Just give comma. Here also give one comma, not full stop, sorry, comma, and copy paste your access key and copy paste your secret access key. Done. Save it. This is your backend.json file. If you come back to the Azure pipelines again, this validate, not this one, sorry, this stage has been done already. So yeah, this is the stage. This Terraform validation is going to done until and unless this backend.json file configuration is correct. How does it know whether the JSON file from where it's going to correct and all this stuff? Because we are going to upload this file. I'm going to show you how we can upload. We're going to upload this file at secure files, guys. All right, so what was the next step here? Download secure files and Terraform plan and apply. Here we are going to run the Terraform plan and apply. In this stage particularly, if you come back to the image, I will show you the image. See, in the Terraform plan and apply, this is going to work. Application load balancer, route 53, and then these targets, these two instances, total these three services is going to create from this Terraform plan and apply. And once this has been done, if you scroll down, the last step is Ansible setup. Here this path will be done with the help of Ansible. It's going to install 3 nodes, and one is going to master and the rest over the worker nodes, which was Docker Swarm cluster. All right, so that's all. I hope you understand this Azure hyphen pipeline code. And the last stage is destroy. There is nothing to explain here. Whatever has been created on the above, everything will be destroyed. But if you watch these files carefully, we are going to download at least one secure file. Backend.json is one of the secure file, and packer-vars.json is one of the secure file. Laptop key.pem is a secure file. Where this file is going to use is when Ansible is working. See, it's going to use this file called secops, your pem file, and then it's going to log into the instance, and it's going to deploy the configuration whatever is there to the another instances. Actually in the Ansible there is something called inventory file, guys. So we don't need to log into the instances again and again, but we can give the target IPs of the instances in the inventory file, and we can run the configurations by targeting that inventory file. So for that we need this pem file. All right, that's why I have also uploaded the pem file here. You also please upload your pem file here, guys. Don't worry, we are not going to push it to the git source code. We are going to ignore it. You can call all the file names here under the ignore. Got it? So here is a swarm cluster again. You don't need to change anything here. If you wanted to do change the images, just scroll down here, you can change the image at line number 122 and then at line number 124. That's all. You don't need to change anything. This is Docker service just to restart or adding if any additional configurations. Service file is required for me to restart. And local file.tf, this I already said there is something called inventory file in the Ansible. So for that we need this local file.tf and production auto.tfs. This is important. So AWS region US-East VPC cider range, I'm taking 10.1.0.0/16 and then 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, total 3 public ciders, and this is a private cider. And VPC name, I will remove VPC name as staging. I will mark this as production instead of staging. Just remove everything. Prod, enough. Prod hyphen public subnet 1, prod public subnet 2, prod. Actually in production no public subnets will be there, but I'm just writing, please don't mind. Main routing table, this one also I supposed to change, I think. Yes, this one also is supposed to change. Okay, let's keep it as staging itself only. What's there in it? Staging. Route tables. Key name, your key name, give the environment as dev. Readme, I will delete this. This is not required. And here make sure that you're uploading your pem file, guys. You're not supposed to upload your ppk file. You're supposed to upload your pem file. And variables.tf. So you know this already. Before calling this tf vars, we're going to call all the variables here. If anyone doesn't understand any single line here, guys, please, if you do not understand, just copy the lines from there and paste it in the chat gpt. All right, I know the structure. I have some reference codes, but the additional code I have generated from the chat gpt itself only. So if you also explore things, you will also understand so many things. Got it? I will just save this. um, save it. Okay, everything was saved successfully. If you come back to this Azure Pipelines, I will just show you something. There is one important file which is AWS underscore secret key. See, this is secret key, and this is access key, and this is secret key. In Azure DevOps pipeline, we do have an option to enter these keys, guys. Where we can enter these keys, for example, I will close this. I'm showing you on the dummy delete, right? So here, if you come back to the pipelines, currently there were no pipelines, but if you go to the repos, go to the pipelines, create pipeline, Azure dummy delete, and then just select variables, new variables, give the access key here. What was the access key name? AWS hyphen access key. Because your pipeline doesn't know, first of all, who is AWS. You have to make some authentication. What was my access key? My access key is this. Make sure that there were no spaces, guys. Okay, and then save it. And what was the next one? Secret access key. Come back here, variables, create new AWS underscore secret underscore key tab, and then enter the secret value. Keep this as secret. If you don't want to type this, it's totally fine. You can come here and just simply copy and then paste it here. Secret key. All right, so secret, I'm clicking on okay, save it. So along with this, we also need some service connections. But in our new project, if you go to the service connections, there were no service connections. Now how should I bring the service connections here? Again, just like how you borrowed agent from the different project, you can also borrow the service connections, guys. If you select this prod ADO and see, I'm going to select some random project. This is the one we are working on, dummy delete. So I think for you in your case, you're going to have that pet app. So open that pet app, and if you select the project settings, just scroll down, you can able to see the service connections here. Just select the service connection, guys. Select it, and there will be three options on the top. If you watch carefully here, just select those three options, click on security, scroll down completely. See, you will get one plus icon here. Just select, and to which project you wanted to share. I wanted to share it to the dummy delete. This is my new project. So automatically, if you go back to the dummy delete project, and if I, previously it was not there, right? Now see, now service connections, see, I do have my service connections here. Just like how you have borrowed, I mean, just like how you have shared the agents from different project to the current project, you can also share the service connections from the different agent to your, I mean, different project to the current project. Got it? So now once this is done, let's give the final touch on configuring the project, guys. How we can configure the project? Just come back to the production ADO. Which was my project? My project is dummy delete. Okay, select this and come to the pipelines, and you will see an option called library here. Select library. Here you have to give the variable group. What was my variable group name? Just simply come back to your Terraform pipeline code, scroll up completely, and see, this is my group name, AWS access group, and paste it. Give the variable names. What was the variable name I wanted to give? Access key. Where it is? Access key. Here it is, very simple. Wait, no, not here. mm, mm. access.auto.tfvars. Where is this file? We forgot to create this file. Let's create this also. Copy. Nothing else. These files contains only the access key and secret key. Nothing special this file is going to contain, and we are going to upload it to the uh, secure files. I will just copy paste. Just give me a minute. Yeah, this is the one. Copy and paste it here. I don't want this double quotes and all. I can give this directly. AWS underscore access key. I will just simply give one equals to. This is enough. And AWS underscore secret key. Don't get confused, guys. Easy task. Save it. That's all. I will just copy this. This is access key, right? Copy access key where you are creating your variable group. Access key, and this is my secret key. Make sure that there were no spaces, blank spaces. And what was the next one? Next one is secret key. Um, and what was the value of the secret key? Select this lock symbol, which means you are mentioning that as secret. Copy this and paste your secret key here, and simply click on save here. Done. You have successfully added the variable groups. Once this has been done, there is another option here. See, secure files. Select the secure files. Select secure files, browse, and what were the four files you are supposed to upload for the validation? See, first one is access.autotfr. So let's select one by one. Mine is it downloads, delete later. Um, First one is auto. Where it is? Access auto TF bars. Yes, let's select this. Okay, another secure file, backend.json. This is another secure file, my pem file. This is the one, and one more secure file, packers vars.json. Where is that? Here it is. Total 4 secure files. All right. So we have successfully completed all the project configuration. Now I'm not going to run the code from here. I'll come back to the production radio. I'll run from this delete later, guys. Just for your confirmation, I'm going to show you everything now. See, if I come back to the pipelines, um, if I go come to the library, here is my access group, just like how we did on the dummy group, and here are my 4 secure files. And for you, I have showed you how to pass the keys here in the variables block. See, access key and then secret key. That's all. Same configuration, nothing special in this. Code was also same, but I don't want to touch and do any misses here. So that's the reason why I'm running the job on this project. So in your case, you can simply add git dot and then you can push automatically. When it hits to the master, the pipeline is going to run, but I'm going to run the job from here itself only. Guys, make sure first you are building the packer image. Terraform apply, no. Ansible, no. Terraform destroy, no. Only I want the image first. So once this has been done successfully, then I will run these 3 jobs. Let's go back and check in the AMIs whether if there were any existing AMIs, because AMI is going to take 20 minutes absolutely. So I don't want to do any mistakes before going on. See, I do already have one AMI. I'll select deregister AMI. Great. And everything is fine, right? Delete later is the one which I'm looking for. And yes, Terraform apply, no. Ansible job, no. Terraform destroy, no. Okay, okay. Validate, save, run, run it. Packer validate and build. It's going to take some time, guys. My agents are busy, but current position is 1 at queue. We'll see how much time it's going to take. Sometimes it's going to take a lot of time when it shows agents are busy, but let's wait for it, guys. We can't do anything. Okay, guys. Now the time is 1:20 a.m. I have started this job at 12:20, I think. So it has taken so much of time to start the job. Good. At least now it has been started. So let's wait for it. Let's watch the results, guys. So once this job is done, I believe if you come back here, if you still wanted to monitor what exactly is going on, come to the instances. Oh, it got signed off. Next, sign in. AMIs. See, one is running right now. Whatever you have mentioned in your packet.json file, everything is going to install on this instance. And immediately, what it will do is it's going to capture one image and it's going to keep that image under this AMI images. See here. These are not errors, don't worry. These were just warnings itself, only not an errors. Building this image will take so much of time. It will take 40 minutes of time. This has been done successfully. Come back. Yeah, this job was successful. If you go back to the AMI, guys, I'll just open AMI here in a new tab. I should be able to see one AMI here. Oh, two AMIs were there. Okay, maybe one was the previous one. See, which one is the latest? 13 one. This is the latest. See, got it? AMI has been created. Now, what you will do is just do the change here, but I'll directly run from the console itself only. You have to do the keep the no here because build it's already built and we already have the AMI image. Just give yes for the Terraform and give yes for the Docker Swarm with the help of Ansible. So yes, yes, and then save it and then push it. So, but I'll do it from the console itself, not from here. If I come back, yeah. So where are we? Production, delete later, pipelines, delete later, edit, and I'm going to change packer build no, Terraform yes, Ansible yes, Terraform destroy no, not now. At last we can run the destroy. Validate and save it, run it. Guys, but in your case it might be asking you for the secure file permits. Make sure that you're allowing the permits. Okay, it will be popping up in a yellow color that to allow you for the permit, because for each and every stage we have attached the secure file. So once if you click on permit it, permit only, then only it's going to proceed further, else it's not going to proceed further. Terraform validate, again it's in the queue guys. Again, I don't know how much time it will take. Actually, we are using free agents, right? So on-demand agents will be given the preferences first. For us, they will be keeping us at last. But when I check with Azure, um, they were charging very high for managed agents. It's going with jet speed. Thank you so much. Come back to the EC2 instance, and if you refresh here, you can able to see the Docker Swarm cluster 123. See, web server 123. But if I go to the load balancer, let's see whether if I can able to see it or not. Yeah, load balancer is up and running, and also I wanted to see Route 53, whether my routes have been created or not. Is it done or still running? Yeah, it's still running. Easily you can take this task up to 2 to 3 sprint, guys. One sprint, um, I I don't complete, but 2 to 3 sprints you can take. Cloud Vishwakarma, my app, yes, see, it's created. If I paste here, oh, it's working, great. Still not deployed. How it is working? Maybe one node was up. It's reflecting from the one node, I think. That's why. Let's see our certificate is also upgraded or not. See Amazon RSC 2048. It has been upgraded. If anyone doesn't know about this game, you need to touch this red ball, guys. The more you touch, here the points will increase. This we have prepared during the time of Kubernetes session. In whole Kubernetes, we have used we have used this image only. See, you need to catch this. Likewise, you're going to get the points. You should make sure that this ball is not falling down. All right. So where we are, this is the old job. This is not the new job. This has been successful. Fantastic. So again, I wanted to say something, guys. If you click on pipelines, you should be able to see something called release. I will show you now. If not today, tomorrow I'll try to show. Or else just go to the production area, go to the organization settings, and here you will be having one option called pipelines. Yeah, here under pipelines, go to the settings, disable creation classic release pipeline. Yeah, do this, and come back to the production area, delete later, select pipeline, see releases, select releases. It should show the release pipeline here. It's okay, it's not showing. We can say this tomorrow. Actually, if I show you the release pipeline, you will get one idea of, if you go to the real time, suddenly you will see some release pipelines here. So it's fine, we can see that tomorrow, no worries. We still do have time. Tomorrow will be the last video on the Azure DevOps, guys. Tomorrow I'll try to wrap up. I'm already doing a video. It's taking more than 2 hours. If it is taking more than 2.5 hours, then I'll break that video into 2 hours and then 1 hour. If not, I'll try to complete within 2 hours itself only. Okay, so we will see pipeline licensing tomorrow, and also we will see different types of Azure boards. Here you see the boards, right? Different types of Azure boards, and in boards we will see how agile delivery is going on, and hosted pipelines. We can create self-hosted pipelines, and we will see the differences, and we will also see the different types of integrations. Self-hosted pipelines I will try to show. Again, it is a paid only. I'm not sure whether if it can happen or not, but I can give you an hierarchy and I can show you an example which can help you during the time of interviews. Okay, so once this is done, guys, make sure that you should not forget to destroy this. Just select no for packer, and and select no, and for Ansible also select no, and for the Terraform give yes, and save it. So I'll come back here, and pipelines. Why the release pipeline is not showing? Yeah, here we need to select, I think, add retentions. Let me see if I can. Okay, we'll see this tomorrow, guys, no problem. So I'll just come back to my I'll just come back to my pipelines and delete later. I'll select edit, and here no only Terraform apply, no, no, Terraform destroy, yes. Save it, validate and run, save and run. It's going to delete all the resources whatever has been created. Please do the practicals, post it on the LinkedIn, and also if you do have any doubts or if you're stuck somewhere, try to put it in the comment section, guys. I will try to address the queries. All right, see you in the next session, and tomorrow might be the last session in the Azure DevOps. Once that is done, I will take 7 days break, and then I will come up with Jenkins activities. Jenkins, it's going to take more than 6 or 7 days. That's all for today, guys. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye bye. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. My name is Sai Kiran. Guys, in today's session, this is not that super duper technical. If anyone is already from the technical background, you might already know all these things, whatever we are going to discuss today. But if you watch in our Azure DevOps repo, I mean Azure DevOps web page, in the left side, you will be having something called boards. And also you will be having something called sprints and also some artifacts. All right, and also we'll be having some test cases option. All right, so we are going to discuss all these things today. All these will comes under project management itself only. So we are going to discuss about the project management stuff today, guys. All right, so once this project management things have been completed, and then I do have something which is one or two DevOps activities. All right, this was actually one of the surveys on my TopMed channel. So I'm going to give it free for our Azure DevOps members only. I sincerely request you not to share with anyone, guys, please, because that was honestly my blood and sweat. Whatever I have prepared on those one or two DevOps engineer activities, it has taken me almost 6 7 days to filter it out. What was the regular task we have did, because the dump whatever is there, it's from right since 2020. So I have sat for long days and then I have filtered it out. I'll show you everything. I'm not going to upload anywhere, I'm extremely sorry, but I do have the file here already. I'm going to show you everything. Just take the screenshots or something, because if I upload this, I have to put it in a private repository again. Individually I have to give all the access to it, so it's not good. But I'll show you everything here itself only, not now. End of the session I'll show you, then we can take the screenshots of one after one. All right, so this session is not highly technical as I said before, but it mainly focuses on project management concepts, and also specifically using Azure DevOps dashboards, guys. In Azure DevOps boards, as I said before, in Azure DevOps boards, we manage tasks and workflows using features like backlogs, guys. This is very important term, backlogs. Or we have something called heads up call. Actually this can be also called as catch up call. We'll be having two catch up calls. In my environment I do have two catch up calls. One is with the Indian customers and the second one is with the UK customers. All right, this was again based on the project for wherever you are going for. And the third most important thing is sprint. All right, so we'll go over these concepts, but first let's try to understand what exactly is agile process, guys. Everyone who is been part of this DevOps or any of the IT background, they should be knowing about this process, agile process. All right, so let's discuss this step by step. Let's not rush. However, we have completed all the pipeline stuff and then application deployment things. So there is something called heads up call. right? So this is the meeting where everyone working on the project, whomsoever it is, scrum manager, project manager, or like managers or your colleagues, everyone will be part of this heads up call itself only. Again, there will be two calls, one is with your client and then other one is with your team members. End of your shift you might be having the COP call also, right? So the primary purpose of this sync up call is to discuss the progress of your work, all right? And also you might be discussing about what you are going to do next once after the current task has been completed, and if there were any blockers, if there were any blockers that is blocking your activity, any burnout tasks, all right? The terms whatever I'm using here, all those were agile terms itself only. There is another important thing which is backlogs. This is very very important. I will tell you one use case scenario, not use case scenario, I will tell you one actual scenario what is going on in the organizations. In my previous environment we do have total of 5 teams, guys. This is team 1, team 2, this is team 3, and this is team 4. Okay, listen carefully, this will be very useful for you if you doesn't know. Total 4 teams were there. In this team, some 5 members supposed to be there: development team, web team, middleware team, backend team. Some 10 members, some 6 members, some 4 members will be there. For each and every team, one common teams group supposed to be there. One teams group, here also one teams group, here also one teams group, and here also one teams group will be there. Okay, and here comes us, which are DevOps engineers. Let's say in our previous environment we are only 6 members. All our 6 members will be added in this group. All our 6 members will be added in this group. All our 6 members will be added in this group, and all our 6 members will be added in this common groups. Just imagine the pressure what does this DevOps engineer will be having. Most of the developers, some, I'm not uh, defaming anyone, but some developers or some middleware engineers or some backend engineers or some front end engineers, they don't even know some basic issues how to resolve. And simply whenever they deploy something, the very first ping they will ping it to the DevOps engineers in the common group. Everybody, this team also, this team, everyone will be pinging DevOps engineers in the common group, tagging you, and will be asking you, we had an issue, can you please resolve. They'll be just thinking us that DevOps engineers are everything. All right, I'm just saying you the hierarchy. DevOps engineers will be merged in this common group. All right, this is not over. every monday every Monday and every Tuesday we'll be having one planning call, guys. In this planning call, we'll be involving these 4 teams. So we are going to take their requirements in the sense, for example, what do you want? We are going to ask the front end team, what do you want? For example, they want some gitlab runners where in the production account. This is one task. Okay, and then second team is going to say we want some RDS with multi instance. Okay, this is second task. And some other team will be giving third task, and some other team will be giving fourth task. Likewise, whatever work they were having, they are going to tell us that we want this and this. Why they are telling all these things with DevOps engineers is we will be having the admin access to all our AWS account, but these people will be having the limited access. Whomsoever is there, middleware engineer, DevOps engineer, or some XYZ engineers, all will be having the limited access. Only DevOps engineer will be having the full access, guys, administrator access. That's the reason why they do not have any permissions to go and directly create. Instead, we are the middle persons for everyone. During this call itself only, we are going to ask whether this activity is a priority or not. If it is a priority, how many days you're expecting us to do this? So if they are asking within next 4 to 5 days, or within one day we want, then we will push this to the current sprint. Okay, I will tell you what exactly is sprint, don't worry. If they are saying okay, this can be done after 2 weeks or this can be done after next week, then we will move this to the sprint 3, then we will move this to the sprint 2. Where were all this sprint 3 and sprint 2? It will be stored under this backlog itself only. That's the actual meaning of backlogs. Understand, we are going to take all the requirements from all the name, and we will create the Jira tickets, or we will create the tickets on the Azure DevOps boards, and then we will move those to the backlogs. And once this week has been completed, today is Saturday, tomorrow is, I mean, today is Friday, tomorrow is Saturday, and next day is Sunday. From Monday we are going to take the back, we are going to take the cases from the backlogs, and then we are going to work accordingly, guys. All right, this is the actual meaning of backlogs. All these tasks were associated with the different environments, like for example dev environment, for example prod environment, for example pre-prod environment, okay, or UAT environment, all these things. Got it? The main purpose of this backlogs is to define the work plan for the project. For example, backlogs might include tasks such as account creation. As I said before, this RDS creation is it. This is going to take some 5 hours, because we are going to do it via Terraform. And there is an another task. This is going to take somewhere around 2 hours. All right, and there is a development task which is going to take some 60 hours. Okay, and there is a DevOps engineer task which is going to take some 100 hours, let's say. So task estimates often depends on the billing and also resource allocation too. You don't need to take care of all the things whatever I have said now. Your project manager or your scrum manager is going to take care, or your platform owner. If they do have a lot of work in their plates, so simply what they will do is they will ask your lead to take the requirements of the different teams, or they will ask your lead to walk up the call, which means if you are the lead, you are supposed to walk the call till the end. Like you have to ask them, what do you want, what kind of task you are expecting from us, like is there any like severity or priority requirements. All these things will be created on the backlogs, and we are going to put it in the sprint. All right, backlogs can also be referred as with a different term, don't get confused. This is something called sprint grooming. Got it? Where the teams discusses and refines the scope and time estimates for the task whatever they are giving. Got it? So once the sprint planning is completed, the client might request additional tasks whenever you are working. For example, today sprint 3 is going on. Okay, when the sprint 3 is going on, client will be coming back and asking your platform owner, can you please do this work? And already we do have enough work in our plate for the sprint 3. So what we'll say is, for this sprint it is not possible, we want this to move to the sprint 5. If it is priority, then we will move some of this sprint 3 activities to the sprint 5, and we'll make this as a priority, or we'll ask the additional engineers to work on the priority task first. All right, in such cases team evaluates the feasibility. If the task cannot fit into the current sprint, they will be deferred to the next sprint, guys. All right, this is actually a agile process. All right, if anyone doesn't know this, please try to understand, and also try to watch video on the YouTube, guys. Just type agile in 10 minutes, you're going to get one video which will be having 3 million views. I cannot show the video here now because my screen was completely landed on the table. I was just writing on the screen. All right, so the next thing what we'll try to understand is there is something called sprint again. I was using a word called sprint, right? Sprint is nothing but basically everyone will be having 2 week sprint, guys. For example, I will tell you, I have a task to create a GitLab runner. So if I do this, if I start this activity on this Monday, I have to complete within this sprint. Each sprint will be having 14 days. Even if you complete the task in within 2 days, don't tell them that it has been completed. Just drag it for other 7 days and try to help your friends. Okay, if they got to know that this activity has already been completed in the before sprint itself only, then definitely they are going to add one more task for you in the current sprint. So in this sprint includes, now I'm going to show you the dashboard. In this sprint includes boards and then Confluence pages. This Confluence is one of the important tool, guys. If you do have time, please try to explore this Confluence page, because most of the organizations will be using this Atlassian tools itself only. It is a combination of Confluence and then Jira. We also do have the Jira for the ticketing and tracking purpose. So try to explore this Confluence. So I'll also show you this Confluence page. Now let's try to jump onto the Azure DevOps page, guys, and explore the things like what were the sprints, what were these boards, what were the artifacts, what were the test cases, and what were these repos, and how you can set the policies for repos. See, in real time, no one will be telling you this. In real time, if you wanted to create one GitHub repository, what we will do, we will just go and select GitHub, right? And then we are going to select the readme file, and then we are going to give the name. That's all, done. GitHub repository is done. We will create GitHub repository. In real time, for creating this repository or for creating this group, it will take at least 10 to 15 minutes of time if you're new to it, because it's not like what you do in the in your daily life. In real time, when you're creating the GitLab repo, or GitHub repo, you have to follow some lot of restrictions, because you are not supposed to give access to everyone to push the code. There is an option in the GitLab when you're creating, or in the GitHub when you're creating, and at least 2 or 3 reviewers supposed to be there. We can also set this, and at least one execution role and one view role supposed to be there. All right. And also you have to follow some set of restrictions, guys. It's not like just go and click, give the name and then create. No, 100% no. But you have to follow some set of restrictions to avoid any unnecessary pushes. See, there is an option in a GitLab when you're creating the GitLab repo, or in the Azure DevOps also we do have one option. I'm sorry, guys, I'll close this. And Azure DevOps also we do have some option. The guy, the developer, or the person whomsoever is working on that particular repo, he cannot rebase. He can only do the basic merge. I will show you all this. All right, all these restrictions we can follow from the repositories actually. Got it? Let me open our Azure DevOps repo and explain you the things, guys. So first I'm going to show you the 1 or 2 DevOps engineer activities, guys. See, you will not be finding any solutions here. These were the actual real-time tasks. No one will be telling you this. On daily basis, you'll be working on these different types of real-time activities. All right, I will scroll down slowly. Try to take the screenshots, pause the video and take the screenshots, guys. That's all. All right, let's minimize this and I'll open Azure DevOps repo. Here it is. You can delete all the virtual machines and you can delete all the organizations, whatever you have created. From now, today is the last session in the Azure DevOps series, and within next week, I'll start the Jenkins series, guys. Today is 18th, right? 27th, I'll start the Jenkins series. I'll try to complete it as soon as possible, because this week I do have time. I'll try to do the videos and then I'll start posting from 27th itself. I'll not make you feel bored. I know waiting for the long time is quite disgusting, but I do have really a lot of work office work only, not any personal work. That's the reason why I'm unable to do any kind of videos, but surely I will deliver some of the best videos, guys. Don't worry about that. So if I come to this project, left side you can able to see something called boards here, see, or else I'll open this in a different one. Yeah, go to any of the project, Terraform infra, and see here you will be watching some boards. Under boards, as I said before, look here, backlogs and then sprints. For example, I'll go to the sprint. You are going to create the sprints here. See, this is sprint 1. New sprint I'll create. I will mark this as sprint 2. What was the start date of the sprint 2? 20. And what was the end date? 31st. Create. I'll create one more sprint. This is sprint 3. February, right? Feb 3rd, let's take. And yeah, Feb 14. And then select create. See, total how many sprints were there? 1, 2, and then 3. This is the current sprint. The current sprint is 2 here. All right. As I said before in the introduction, I'll be heading up with the different teams to the meetings, and I'll be taking the requirement, guys, and I will create the backlogs here. For example, new item. I will just open my Excel, and let's say one of the team is asking that ELK stash is not working. These were all not comes under any kind of sprints, but you have to work simultaneously along with your tasks. So let's take this evaluation of, I'll mark this and then I'll add to top. If you do have any other task, for example, create test module for GitLab module migration, I will come here and then I'll post it, add to top. Or else if some other team is asking that they wanted to run Terraform locally, I will take the task and then I will create unable to access KMS when creating the secret key management server. I will create another task here. See, total how many tasks were there to do? 4 tasks were there. And slowly now what I'll do is just open this and then move the iteration to the sprint 1. I'll move this to the sprint 1. If you come back to the sprint 1, see, I can able to see everything here. All right, this is sprint 2, and sprint 1 I can able to see this. We just moved it to the sprint 1, so someone will be working accordingly to it. If you wanted to move it, you can move it to the to do, but I will show you in a more detailed way. If you come back to the boards, you can able to see everything here. Now if you're working on this ticket on task, you can move this to the doing. In Jira it will be showing as in progress. All right, so I will just open this ticket. If you wanted to add any comments, for example, I will say MR has been raised, waiting for the review, and then I will add the comment here. All right, you can also check the history, whatever is going on. You can select this history option and you can check all the history from here, because sometimes your platform owner or project manager, they are not going to ask you all the statuses. They will just simply come back to this board and then they are going to check where exactly the work was. All right, and once this task has been done, you can simply come back to the task again. um, yeah, yeah, come back to the task again, and you can select this and click on done. Save it, go to the boards. You can be see this as done, which means task has been completed successfully. Likewise, if you're working on this task in this sprint, and then you have to work on it accordingly, or if you wanted to move this to the any other sprint, just select move to iteration and select it to the sprint 3. So it will move this in sprint 3, because this is not priority for me. That's the reason why I have moved it to the sprint 3. Here it is. All right, as I said before, there is one page called Confluence, guys. Please make sure that you're habitating it from now itself only. It's very good. All your documentation, whatever is there in your real time, everything will be in the Confluence tool itself only. You have to come here, you have to search, for example, case upgrade, You have to search Confluence document will be reflecting here, and then you have to watch the document and work on it accordingly. Or if you wanted to create any document, you do have your separate space here. Just create a space, you can give the name whatever you want, and then you can create some custom documents. You can also private is good. You can also keep those under private tab, not only public tab. See, if you create here page, and I will write everything here. EK some grade. Likewise, I'm not going to write everything now, but I'm just showing compatibility matrix. You can also add the reviewers here. Once after it is done, you can make it as publish, and then you can also add the reviewers, guys. All right, try to explore this tool. This is very good tool. There are a lot of things to know in this Confluence space, so please try to watch it. And also I do have the Jira dashboard also, which I've shown during the time of DevSecOps, sorry. Mm, Jira also looks quite similar to this Azure DevOps repo itself only. Get started. The Jira dashboard also looks quite similar to it. So if you do have anything to create, just click on create. How can I close this? Okay. So just click on, you have to click on create, and then you have to select the project here and give the summary. Scroll down and then give the description here. You can also select the task type like task or epic storyboard, everything will be there. And status, it should be in to do itself only. Now you're just creating, right? Assignee, I'll select mine, or you can also give the assignee name directly here, or you can also put this under backlogs, guys. See here, actually this is not a premier version, that's why it is not showing, but in the left side you will be seeing one tab called backlog. Whatever you are creating here, you can move that to the backlog activities actually. All right, so I'm not showing everything here in this Jira board because we do not have full access to show, guys. Honestly, this is not a premium one. If you go to the premium, the whole picture will be different actually. You'll be seeing all the backlogs, and you'll be seeing all the for example, I'll try to show you some Google images. Jira images, see here, see this image. See, it will be like this: to do, progress. If you're working, if you're not working, it will be under to do. If you're working, you have to move that to the in progress. You will be having one option right side, and you have to select and you have to mention it as in progress. And code review, and then done finally. All right, see the backlog option is there here, left side. Got it? Try to explore this, or try to install it in your local also. It is free only. They are not going to cost you anything. This Confluence is also free. For the first 2 GB or 3 GB, they are going to give you free access. Try to install it, guys. All right. And the next thing is repos, which is very important. As I said you before, it's not like directly you can go and create the repo. First, you have to select, when creating the repos, there is something called commits, pushes, and then go to the branches, not branches, repos, and then commits, I think. Go to the branches and see, you will be watching some option called branch policies here. If you click on branch policies, you will be seeing lot of option, guys. Number of, minimum number of reviewers, I want 3. And also you can check mark this, allow requester to approve their own changes, and prohibit the most recent pusher from the approving the changes. See, check for linked work items. I don't know this. Check for comment resolution, and limit merge types. See here, you can disable everything, and you can only give the access to do the basic merging, not everything. And build validation. I didn't write this. Statistic. If there is a GitLab, then I could show you more. Wait, let me log in. If GitLab is there, I can show you more, because currently I'm working on the GitLab only. Oh, why it's not working? Statistic, I haven't used this before. So these are the all strict rules you're going to follow when you are creating your repo, guys. And if I come back to the project here, and pipelines, we have already explored the pipelines. And test plans, I'm really not sure about this test plans, because this is purely a developer activity, developer task, or this is purely a QA task. We are not going to do anything here, honestly, I'm telling you. But in the interview, if they are asking, see, they might be asking you the question also. There will be dashboards. So from the left side on the Azure DevOps repo, what were those? You can explain this. Boards, under boards, will be having backlogs, sprints, queries, and then repos, pipelines, test plans, and then artifacts. Artifacts is again something. For example, if you wanted to integrate, see, connect to feed. If I want Maven, I do have the Maven settings here. If I want Gradle, or if I want pip, and then see here .NET application, Visual Studio Code, npm, everything will be there here. It will be used for the packages, guys. If there were any dependencies in your code, then this will be very helpful. Actually Azure DevOps is a very good platform to work on the CI/CD part and the integrations, but the billing was quite expensive. That's the reason why most of them is not going to use this Azure. Everything will be available in the Azure DevOps if you watch carefully. Repos, you can be available here only. Third party integrations, we do have many under the marketplace, and also service connections. And here boards, you don't need to use Jira again. Additionally, you can do it everything from here itself. Only in the single tool, everything is there, but it's quite expensive. All right, I hope you understand. Let's end up this session with one last thing. In interview, they will be asking you what were your branching strategies. All right, I will draw here for the better understanding. So whenever they are asking your branching strategies, see, actually we'll be having main and then master, guys. This is common everywhere. This head commit, whatever is there, it's going to tips its head to the production branch. So we are not going to touch this at any cost. But under this, we'll be having separate branch like dev, UAT, and then some staging or something, let's say. All right, and again we are not going to do any code changes here. There will be separate branch, feature branching strategy, that's why it is called feature 1, feature 2, and then feature 3. So you're going to do the modifications here. All right, so once it is good to go, then you will raise a MR to the staging, or you will raise a MR to the UAT, or you will raise a MR to the development environment. Once it is good to go, then they are going to merge here. And if you got any kind of issues here once after merging in the production branch, then we do have something called hotfix. All right, so in interview, if they are asking, we do follow feature branching strategy. Our main and master head commits will always tips it head to the production branch. And we do have three different environments like dev, UAT, and then staging. And we are going to do necessary modifications on the feature branch. Once it is good to go, then we are going to raise a PR to the developers. And then once it is said to be good, then we are going to merge it to the different environments like dev, UAT, and then staging. And finally, if it needs to be merged to the production branch, then we will also going to merge it to the production branch. So these were the branching strategies we are going to follow. You should be explaining this in this way. All right, thank you so much for supporting us since the day one. And I'll take just 1 week break in the sense, I'll be available on the LinkedIn, I'll be available on the YouTube, I'll be posting shorts and then also interview questions. Simultaneously, I will complete the Jenkins also. It will take 5 or 6 days. You don't need to pay any amount for this Jenkins because you are already a member here. I'm going to post all the videos in the membership itself only for the Jenkins. And if you haven't disabled your auto payment 799, please disable it, guys. It's only for one time transaction. Don't do multiple, I mean, don't renew it on every month. Please cancel it. Got it? So once Jenkins has been completed, I will take 2 to 3 weeks of break, and then I will start preparing videos on GCP. Okay, just like AWS, how we did, I will try to do GCP, or I will try to do Azure. I'll ask our friends on the YouTube. I'll keep a voting. So whichever cloud is getting more votes, then I'm going to proceed with it accordingly. All right. So that's all for today, guys. This is the end of the Azure DevOps. Again, many people were confused. They are joining and they were asking, where is Azure? See, this is Azure DevOps. Guys. Azure is different, and then Azure DevOps is different. Then they're asking projects. I have already did the project deployment on the very first, and then I have did the infrastructure management with Terraform. Those were more than enough. If you do the practicals and if you start giving the interviews, those videos were really enough. But only with the Azure DevOps you cannot crack a job. Along with the Azure DevOps, you should know one cloud, either AWS or Azure, because if you doesn't know any cloud and where you are going to apply these strategies, CI/CD strategies, on which cloud. So that's the reason why you should know one cloud. Before starting of the session also, I told you that one cloud is required starting of the DevSecOps session. All right, that's all for today. See you in the tomorrow session, guys. Have a nice day. Bye bye.